Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly, so get it in your head.
Check the backseat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover.
It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Whoa, Matt! What are we doing? Unreal.
The unprofessionalism over
Unreal.
the women's hockey team not winning by 8 yet.
Unreal.
I want to apologize on behalf of all of us here at the Zone for the potty mouth.
Matt McPotty.
Matt McPotty.
Stop it. Stop
Matt McPotty mouth.
Stop it. I will come up with other meaner nicknames for you guys if you don't cut it out.
Yeah, we'd have to
We're
find-
not the ones who decided to yell GD only because, oh no, the U.S. is only winning 1-0.
I was quoting
6 minutes gone.
I was quoting Miracle. When
Yeah, it's okay
her-
to say things if you're quoting
when
it. That's
her-
why you love Kanye.
First off, you didn't
This
point
is
at
why
me that I
Donald
was
Trump's
lying.
I don't have to point at you.
I
Listen.
I don't have headphones on. It's your job to point at me and be like, we're live.
I never
you
had to
just
point
turned
at-
on my microphone.
I-
You didn't point at me.
Never had to point at Connor Happer.
Okay, well, I'm not Connor Happer. Get it through
Clearly.
your head. Clearly, I'm not. All right? I'm younger. I'm better looking. All right? There's a lot of things going for me.
Whoa.
A lot of things
You
going for
know?
Happer.
You're better looking than Connor? Should we have a contest? Should we do a vote?
Yeah,
Who's better?
Who's
I
more
would,
attractive?
you know I would lose if we let the Zone. By the way, the Zone listeners aren't the exact people I'm trying to take out on dates.
By the way, this is powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair
Rare
in
in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com.
Excellent.
And
Welcome
we
to the
apologize on
crossover.
behalf
We're
of
not for what?
Everlevel for the potty mouth of Matt
Yeah.
McPotty mouth.
Hey, first off, I didn't even say the full word.
You
Secondly,
said GD. You're not allowed to say GD.
well, I didn't know that I was being sabotaged with a
You've
hot
already-
mic.
I wasn't sabotaging you. The crossover was starting. Just stop talking.
You know, maybe you point at me and tell the talent that the microphone.
Again, they're winning 1-0. We've even played 7 minutes yet.
They're playing bad hockey.
They're gonna win by 8 goals.
They're playing bad hockey.
8 goals.
They are not going to be Canada playing the way that they're playing. They
Well,
are
the
just
good news-
aimlessly throwing the puck at in
Oh,
the house.
Hey, look, a comment from Connor Happer. This is weird.
I don't know.
Andy says, welcome to Matt's meltdown.
I don't know.
You would figure that the way you're talking right now, you had a terrible night of Super Bowl bets and food and drink.
I
but You
did.
had a great night.
Yeah, you
should
made
be
a
in
whole
an
bunch of money
amazing-
off of one of the worst Super Bowls of recent
did.
memory.
I mean, there are worse Super Bowls than what happened yesterday. I thought the first half.
Well,
was
yeah,
fun.
they were all in when I was growing up.
Ha.
Last night was a
Of
5-star
my-
classic compared to the ones I grew up
of
with.
my life.
What's the
yes.
vote?
What?
What's the worst Super Bowl that you have watched since
The
you've been?
Patriots Rams.
That was pretty bad.
That was a battle, and it was like that was just boring.
What about last year?
No, I loved last year.
Oh,
I thought last year was so much.
Well,
fun.
there was
I
there
had-
was some Schadenfreude about
not
last
I
year.
from
had
me.
so much fun watching.
And
the
I
Chiefs
would
get
say
to the
there was
Bucs
some
win.
pretty good Schadenfreude last night. I mean, we had the Drake May Schadenfreude, which was
Oh,
delicious,
Yeah, he sucks.
and then the hoping for a shutout Schadenfreude.
Dude, I wanted it so bad.
I did too.
I wanted it so bad because we've
What?
never had a Super Bowl with a shutout. There's never been a shutout.
Sure.
The closest we've ever gotten was the undefeated Dolphins, right? Because don't they kick the field goal and the guy
Yes.
tries to throw it? Was that
Yeah,
against
Gar-
Washington?
Yeah, it was Gary Permane.
And that was the fourth quarter, was it not?
Yeah, there was only a couple minutes left.
I thought
Oh.
we were at one point. I was like, wow, there's a lot of field goals here. We could have like an odd last number, like on the score. Like we could have like a 37 or 36 or like one of
Yeah.
those weird
I
scores.
mean,
I was like,
29's pretty weird.
I was like, we might get it. I was thinking, we might scorigami this. Like if
And
Seattle
sadly-
can get high enough,
Mhm.
you know, on that weird number, we might scorigami here, which is my life. My life goal is to watch a scorigami in the Super Bowl. That'd be sick.
it's happened before recently, hasn't it?
When has it
I
happened?
don't know. I feel like the Eagles Patriots first.
Last year might have
Or
been
the
a
second-
scorigami. I think last year might have been a gami actually.
Yeah,
But I
44 to what, 22 or whatever.
But I loved last year's Super Bowl because I had so much joy watching the Chiefs lose.
What's that? Shadow says that.
Here we go.
Yeah.
3 times scoregami has happened.
Really?
And
Wow.
all 3 times
take.
involved the Denver Broncos losing horrifically.
55-10.
39-20, 55-10, and 43-8.
Okay, so it is not. Oh, the Seahawks. You watched the Seahawks Broncos
I
Super
did.
Bowl.
I
Okay,
did
there
watch
you
that
go.
Yeah, that was terrible.
Well, I
You
didn't.
were like 5 though.
No, I was
10,
11.
11. Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna be real with you. I think that is the Super Bowl I've watched the least in my entire life.
You mean you watched the least amount of the game?
Yeah. I mean, I don't think we watched the second half of that game.
That game was terrible.
We were in a Big Bang Theory kick as a family at the time, so we turned off the
Ooh,
Super Bowl. And
gross.
watched the Big
Oh
Bang
my
Theory.
God.
Good
Yeah.
God.
Now I know why it's how you turned out.
By the
Okay.
way, John,
Pretty great.
Mustache Adam says, I thought John loved defense. I was expecting a full-throated endorsement of last night's game.
You were listen,
Endorsement.
last night could have been a
That is-
5-star classic, and I wasn't going to give it an endorsement with those 2 teams playing.
That's true.
So all I was rooting for was chaos.
Yeah, and pain.
Chaos and pain.
Mm-hmm.
And I was spending the whole time like bargaining with myself. Okay, here's how it can be good that this team wins.
Mm-hmm.
So when the Patriots got the touchdown and then got the ball back
Right before that horrible pick,
before Dipstick throws the worst interception in recent memory,
Coldsworth, I don't know. I got nothing.
I turned to my son and said, how great would this be if the Patriots came back and won this?
Uh-huh.
Because I was just hoping for maximum pain and suffering suffered by somebody.
Well, you got it. Yeah, you just didn't get it.
Can you imagine who you were in for, John? Pain.
Okay, so here's what I was thinking about.
Pretty much.
Along those lines, so I was thinking about it this morning. So last year, my least favorite team won the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Miserable experience. And it's not even like I like the Chiefs anymore.
Yeah.
I wanted them to win. John, it's different last night. He does hate both of those teams, but it's not like he's going to leave this season with any warm and fuzzies, especially knowing if the Rams win 2 weeks ago, he has another Super Bowl.
Yep.
But you're right. So here's where this is going. Nick, I think you need to be on your P's and Q's next year because my least favorite team has won, and now one of John's least favorite teams have won. It is now your turn.
The Bills are never getting to a Super Bowl.
To
No,
the Buffalo Bills.
Good point.
Congratulations to the Buffalo
Josh
Bills.
Allen doesn't have what it takes.
If a year ago we would have said the Seahawks are winning a Super Bowl, John would have cackled. He would have laughed and laughed and laughed and laughed. And now they raise Lombardi.
Well,
Nick, be ready.
here's the
But
I'm
the key is Mike McDonald ain't walking through that door. They got
Oh yeah, they have Joe Brady.
They got Joe Brady and the dumbest ownership in the NFL next to Jerry Jones.
Oh, dang it. I thought it was going to be
Well,
them now.
I don't know if you call. I think there are much dumber ownerships than Terry Pagula.
Hey, that's the
he's-
movie we're watching.
He's pretty
There's-
much. He's pretty
Baguglia.
much made a run for the pole
Are you
position.
watching Begonia
based on
this
this year.
week?
Spoiler alert, that's Nick's pick for next week.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Have you seen it?
No, but I seen the trailer and I thought it was interesting.
Yeah.
And I like the concept of it.
I'm just very disappointed.
John's
in
going to
that.
watch it, I think, on his travels tomorrow.
I'm actually now
I don't know if
a
it'll
little,
be tomorrow because it's only
Maybe
an
on-
hour flight.
Maybe on your trip. Oh, yeah. okay.
I'm actually now a little nervous to say that because people kind of not expect, but like if the Bills were to win the Super Bowl next year,
Yeah.
I wouldn't be overly shocked, right? I wouldn't be over. I'd be like, okay, finally it came to.
Yeah.
I'm actually more worried that what if this is setting up for the Packers?
Oh!
Super Bowl?
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
My bud, my,
No, you can't put more
No.
pain on me.
Let
Why-
me.
why-
Okay,
it
hold
Where's
on.
the pain?
Hold on.
why is
Let
it?
me.
It's way more painful for me if the Packers.
Packers famously are my second least favorite team now.
hate the Packers.
Yeah. Same. Handshake me.
Yeah, but let
If they win,
me
man.
play the role of Joey. They didn't get rid of Bisaccia,
Thank
so
God.
the Packers aren't going to win the
Just-
Super Bowl.
okay.
Thank
I mean,
God.
there's other problems other than not getting rid of an incompetent special.
Did you guys
teams
see that
coordinator.
tweet?
I mean, that kind of cost my team.
Yeah,
a little
famously.
I
bit.
mean,
That's a
it
good
kind of
point.
screwed my team.
Did you guys see that tweet from a friend of the Grum, Aaron Schatz, where it was the team that was ranked number 1 throughout the year in DVOA? And so after week 1, it's hilarious. It was the Commanders.
Yeah.
But then week 2, it was the Green Bay Packers.
Really?
And it took me back to September when I
When
hated-
they looked like they were the best team
and
ever.
I hated
Dude,
watching their games
they-
because Micah Parsons would make a nice play and it would just piss me
up
off.
until that Cleveland game, it was like this team.
Well, that was like week 3.
I know.
That
So-
was the funny thing.
so the
They fell
first-
off so fast.
the first 2 weeks. You're like, dude, this team is, and I'm like freaking out because we're 0-2.
Yep.
And I'm like, all right, this is gonna be another year
Yep.
where the Packers are great,
Yep.
and the Bears finish third or fourth in the
Yep.
standings, and
Yep.
it's gonna be disgusting. And but then I like my solace was, come on, Matt, it's Matt LaFleur. They're gonna get to
They
the
lose to
division.
the Browns. They
Yeah.
tie to the Cowboys, and it's like,
And
never
it was
mind.
like, never mind.
Yeah.
And then they were, you know what?
They were
Before
fine
the
after
Micah
that.
injury, they actually kind of were picking up steam a little bit, and then the Micah injury happened,
And
you're
then,
like,
And then
well, then also the Tucker Kraft injury happened.
Yeah.
Sacked. I can't stand the Packers, but I will be fair in the fact that they could have accomplished much more if those injuries didn't happen. And
well, they should have
and-
if they don't just absolutely choke. I mean, you can't not recover an onside kick today.
yeah,
on defense,
but like
and they
it's
didn't.
hard for me.
That was
It's hard
funny.
for me to stand here and tell you with a straight face that the Bears would have won that game if Micah Parsons, Tucker Kraft, and Zach Tom were all
Sure,
playing.
if their best players are there.
They probably
yeah,
end
but
up
even
losing
without
that
them,
game.
they still should have won the game.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? I disagree with this whole should have won the game. Let's talk about this. Let's talk about this.
Okay.
Let's talk about this.
There's nothing to talk about. They blew an onside kick.
Oh,
Period.
I'm
talking about that.
I'm talking about the playoff game.
Oh, the playoff game. Well, the playoff game.
So I was thinking about this in my car the other day. Like the Bears were damned if they do, damned if they don't. In terms of winning that game,
Well, that's because
why.
Ben Johnson
Here's-
had his head up his ass.
well, in the first half he did.
Yes.
But if they go ahead, let's flip the script.
Then you put the head up LaFleur's ass.
Let's flip.
It's got to be your ass.
Let's flip that game around, right? Let's flip that game around.
Flip
Let's
the
say
game. Let's
let's
flip the
say
game.
the
Packers win?
let's say the Packers, the Bears play in the first half the way they did in the second half.
Right.
And they score all those points and they're absent, they're up big,
Right.
and like it's a party in Soldier Field. And then they have a terrible second half, and Green Bay just misses the opportunity to win that game.
Mhm.
We would have been like, well, they really shouldn't have won that game. Like they didn't play, they didn't deserve to win that game with how they played in the second half. Like they were fortunate that Green Bay tripped over themselves at the end, right?
Mhm.
And so now we're sitting here and people are like, well, they shouldn't really have won the playoff game the way that it happened. And I'm sitting here being like, it doesn't matter what we did. People are going to be like, they shouldn't have won that game. I don't give a damn.
I was fine with it. I was fine
Well,
with it.
and that's fine, but still,
I'm
I
just
mean,
getting mad now at Packers fans on Twitter. Twitter
Hey,
makes
hey,
me so mad.
Here's what I do. Just point and say scoreboard.
Well,
You
yeah,
beat 'em. Who cares?
Yeah, you won.
I
That's all,
allow
man.
Twitter to
Yeah, you need to log off, bro.
Yeah.
It affects me too.
Yeah, you
Jordan
need to
says,
log
why, when I tune into the crossover, am I hearing sports talk? Otson, mute Matt's mic. I ain't here for sports talk.
The Crab Creek Chronicles.
The worst name for a book of all
on.
time.
That's
Pretty bad.
Can we
pretty
talk
bad.
about this? I
Pretty
don't
terrible.
understand.
Well,
He
wait,
obviously
this is,
doesn't have.
Is this sports
crap.
too?
I mean, it's about a book.
Well, I wanted to ask the question, what would you name your autobiography?
Oh, my own.
Yeah, what would you name your own autobiography?
I would call mine the Rawhide Creek Chronicles because that was the creek that ran behind my house.
What is so mine's the Skokie Lagoon Chronicles.
One man's journey from catching crawdads in the ditch to working with Josh Peterson.
Did you see what the
Which is a
subtitle,
positive.
the subtitle of the book
Yeah,
is
we're gonna
from
caught crawdads before.
That's true.
the subtitle of the book is
It's
from,
it's even worse.
from the wheat fields to
Yeah.
the football fields to and beyond.
Yeah, it's terrible.
It
It's
is so
really
bad.
I would say
bad.
his editor did a bad job, but given the book is almost 700 pages, he obviously did not have an editor.
Well, he could have. It might have been an editor
Steve-
that's afraid to cut anything.
Mm.
This movie's absolutely perfect. It
It's
needs
a
to stay
great
7
movie.
hours
It's a
long.
great book, Bill.
I thought Steve wrote this book. Simple.
No, Bill Moose did.
But I thought Steve helped with it.
No, he read it. He's gotten excerpts of it.
Oh. But
Steve,
he has
Steve is the he's the,
the
PR
ghostwriter?
guy.
Yeah, when you said that, I didn't know if you learned something. Simple has never said that he was the ghostwriter. So if that's
No,
true,
I
then-
thought he was
he's just
attached
Bill's
to it.
PR guy.
Okay.
yeah, he just writes.
That's
columns
why I
about
said on the air, I was like, I don't know. I thought he had
Mhm.
something to do with the
No.
book.
If this would have been if he would have written this, I would have been very disappointed in him because there are so many other better stories that need to be told that Sipple would have been on the
Yeah,
inside of
That's
first.
That's why
Correct.
I wasn't reporting it as much as I thought, like I was like, but no, I was waiting for somebody to be like,
no,
no, yes or no.
Yeah, he didn't do that.
he
Okay.
did not do it.
But he
Yeah.
talked about it a lot.
Yes,
did talk
again,
about
he is running PR for Bill.
Otson says for $13, we could be reading this on air right now. Do you think we have new leadership here? at
I
the
texted
artist-
Sip and I go, can I get a signed copy?
No, okay, that's not what I was going to say. I was going to ask, would we get reimbursed by our new boss if we said, hey, we got to buy this book for content? This is important content. It's only $13. I have a Kindle, so I could download it onto my Kindle.
How many pages is it again?
700.
697 pages. And on Kindle, you can do Control F. So we could search Scott Frost or Frost, and we would be able to scroll.
I'll just buy it right now.
Okay. Do it. I don't think you can actually buy Kindle books on your phone. I think you have to do it on your desktop. So,
Okay.
Yeah.
I can just buy it.
Okay.
Get it in the Play Store.
If it's there.
I honestly think that he should have just released 2 books. He should have released one book that was just his life story,
Yep.
just cause.
The Crab
And
Creek
then-
Chronicles.
And then he should have sold a second book, which was all of just the Scott Frost stories, just all of them.
Kenneth,
And put that in
I'm
his
trying
own
to-
book, and that would have flown off the shelves.
what are you trying to figure out here, John?
I'm trying to figure out how many cents it is per page.
So it's
What?
$13 and it's 697 pages.
It's about 50 cents
So
per
it's-
page, roughly.
No, it is not 50 cents
You're
per
trying.
page.
You're trying to do.
That is some Nick math right
Yeah.
there.
Okay.
50 cents per page would mean that this book is like $350.
Right.
Oh wait, that's so bad. 5 cents per page. 5 cents.
5 times. All right, let's do this.
Are we sure?
0.05 times.
Well, aren't you just doing
$6.97.
6.97 divided
No,
by
that is
13?
$35.
Okay.
Matt, you are just
I don't know how to do this.
John. This is about 2 or a cent, 1.9 cents per page is what we're talking about here.
Oh, I guess you would have to multiply 697 by 100, right? Or you'd multiply 13 by
You divide
100.
you divide 13 by 697.
I did.
No, you divide it, but we're going by cents, right?
Yeah. So I did 0.02
Yeah.
times
Yeah.
697. Yeah, that's what I tried to get the answer with.
I'm
Yeah.
good at
Kenneth, it's one
multiplication
page,
and division.
Michael. What could it possibly cost? Good reference by you. Multiple people saying we should just buy the book and read it on the crossover for 20 minutes every day.
Oh,
It would take a long time.
I said the College World
I don't
Series
think
is just
anyone
gonna
wants
be
to
an
hear
audiobook.
anything about his days playing at Washington State.
Does Schaefer know this? Does your co-host Mike Schaefer know
No.
this?
No,
I don't think he'd be into this.
No, I'm making a joke. I don't think we're actually going to do
I would,
this.
yeah.
Yeah, you would advise me not to.
I would, yeah.
Yeah.
That said, Sipple has said a million times, people are going to be really interested in this book. There are multiple Scott Frost stories that are going to interest people.
Right, but I mean,
We just got to find those pages.
Yeah,
Is
we
there an
just need to be-
audiobook of this?
we just need to find out if we can just buy that section of the book.
Sadly, I don't think
And
that
then
it's
the rest
allowed.
of it we can just do away with because I really don't care about his days
gonna-
at Washington
gonna-
State or Oregon.
You're gonna haggle Bill Moose
Now
down.
there is so Josh Hudson sent me a screenshot of his website earlier today, and woof, this thing needs a graphic designer. But there is a contact portion of his website. Could we email him and ask for a copy? We are media. I get free books all the time because I'm in the media. It's awesome.
Go for it.
Do
Yeah.
it. I'm just gonna buy it. I'm
Okay.
just gonna buy it,
I mean-
and I'm going to Control F, and I will go through it, and then I will
Wow,
text
Watson
you.
says I will Venmo you $13 right now.
How much do you want to bet that whatever the audience is for this book, he's going to make more from the Nebraska side than he is
Okay,
from anyone
okay.
else?
I'm gonna be
far.
honest with you. I don't mean to be disrespectful to Bill Moose in any way, shape, or form.
Uh-oh. What?
Who would buy this thing if there wasn't a
Correct.
Nebraska
Correct.
Scott Frost drama?
Exactly. That's what I'm
section?
saying.
Nobody I respect the work that he's done as an athletic
Right.
director in
I
his
don't.
life. And you know what? If you want to, everybody's got a story, and if you want to tell your story,
Ooh,
that's
is-
cool.
It's his
It's
story to
it's
tell.
his story to tell,
For sure.
And if you want to make yourself feel great and think you're super interesting
Right.
and write a book, do your thing. But
Right.
from a monetary, financial standpoint, nobody would buy this book if you didn't have about 100 pages of like, this is why this guy was a terrible coach.
Agreed.
Like that's plain
Agreed.
and simple. So
Yeah.
I think maybe in his own mind, he's using this. He thinks that he has some interesting stuff from his life, and he might use the Nebraska sections as a vessel for people to purchase the book and maybe walk into like, oh, Bill Moose is a cool guy.
Sure. I mean, he did
Well,
hire Mike Leach.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
there's going to be Mike Leach stories.
So there might be actually some interesting stuff in there, but the thing that will actually bring you in and make you want to buy the book,
for us, yeah.
well,
I think-
for just people in general,
Oh, yeah, I don't know.
I mean, the vast majority of the audience is going to be curious Nebraska fans who like to hear the tea being
I think
spilled.
85% of the purchases of this book will be
Nebraska.
Nebraska.
Yeah, what's wild is there is
Especially if there's an a la carte option where you can just buy the
That's
Nebraska.
true. Just
Books
the
a la
chapter.
carte.
I mean, everything else is a la carte. We buy all our streaming a la carte.
Why not
this?
chapters of books? There is still nothing on the Red Sea Scrolls about this book. So that's the thing. We could beat everybody to the content by being like, look,
I think everybody.
Yeah, but do you trust those people to be able to read that book and understand what's in it?
Understandable.
I think so. So here's what I think is kind of happening, and this is how I approach this until you just brought up that we could do this. But like, I think people are just waiting for like a Thamel tweet or a Nako's tweet or like a pick rule.
No, we're waiting for Sipple.
Oh, to read it?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Or is the all
seriously? What I have been hoping for is just excerpts, coming out and people reporting on it. But it randomly dropped today, and I had no idea it was about to happen.
I had no idea
until one of our listeners, Ray, tweeted at us. He said, "Hey, look, it's out." I was like, "What? It's here?"
Wait, you didn't know the Crab Creek Chronicles were being released?
I had no idea.
How awesome would it be if they took out billboards along the interstate?
Oh my gosh, that'd be so good.
Can you get the buy now link to work on his website? Because I keep clicking it, nothing's happening.
I also want to mention, why couldn't he do this in like June when there's no sports to talk about? Why does he
College
have
World Series, Matt?
Your lips to God's ears.
Like, this would have been a perfect thing to talk about in July when we're just, painfully close to the beginning of the
but by that point we're talking about the season. So actually, this is probably the best time. We're as far away from football as we're going to be.
April.
Holy crap! The paperback is $29.99.
No way.
Yeah.
No way.
Now, Nick, on the website, it does say coming soon. Or were you saying click the order now button?
Where it says buy now, available in ebook, PDF, and EPUB formats. It's just nothing's happening when I click on it.
Well, it says but on the graphic it says coming soon, so it's not out.
But on Amazon, it's actually available. You can buy it today on Amazon.
Are you sure you can order?
Is it a pre-order?
It might be a pre-order.
No, it says, because I looked it up earlier. Let me find it again. Bill Moose.
Look at this Look at this strong entry.
Yeah, available instantly. If you buy it now with one click, and it is available instantly.
Wow.
Yeah.
And you can command.
But it's only on Kindle right now. They do not have the paperback on Amazon.
Should we just take up a collection from the fine friends of the Grum?
I mean, Odson says he's going to DM us some or Venmo us some money.
The audiobook will be $25, by the way.
Who is reading that?
Steve Sipple.
Please.
It doesn't say right now.
I can tell you right now.
Just know
if
it's coming.
Sip did that audiobook, I would buy that in an instant.
Sindelar says, "What if this is the great American novel we've been waiting for? What if it's a great piece of prose? Have we pondered that?"
Wait,
we have not pondered what if this is actually good.
Can I get this on Audible right now? Because I have a credit.
No, it's not available as an audiobook yet. It's only on. Not yet. It'll be out eventually, man.
I don't want to listen to it.
Okay.
Unless Sipple is doing it.
I realize we have AI so we can mock up these things, but it's really too bad that Gilbert Gottfried is no longer with us. I think his would be the perfect voice for.
I talked to Scott and said, you have a blank check.
By the way, a couple texts coming in about Matt.
Oh, great.
Alex and Lincoln. Matt explains math is breaking my brain on how. John writes, good Lord, 50 cents per page. He has no understanding of math. I thought Nick was the idiot.
I'm actually very good at math. You can give me two numbers. I can multiply it right now.
Have you read the testimonials for the book on the website?
No. What do those say?
Bill is the best man ever.
How can there be testimonials? The damn thing's just got out.
Say it.
There's totally real testimony. Bill Moose has a gift for turning everyday moments into meaningful stories. Crab Creek Chronicles, and it just disappeared on me. Feels timeless, personal, and deeply American.
Who said
deeply
this?
American?
Emily J said that.
Well, how about this from Karen M?
Deeply American.
I laughed, I paused, and I reflected more than I expected. There is wisdom here, but it's never forced. The lessons come naturally through the storytelling. Not just
something tells me that these are like his nieces or
but
something.
Mark H. John, Crab Creek Chronicles feels like sitting across the table from someone who has truly lived. These stories are honest, vivid, and full of heart.
These are fake.
I found myself slowing down just to savor the moments.
Oh my gosh. No one says
so
it about any
you're
book.
reading slower?
This feels like AI generated testimonials.
David R. says, not just a memoir, but a reflection on family, risk, and becoming who you were meant to be. The details are rich, the memories feel alive, and the voice is unmistakably genuine.
Do you have more? This is incredible.
Yeah, did you read Susan's?
No.
This book reminded me of my own childhood and the values I grew up with. Bill Moose writes with humility and clarity, and his stories stay with you long after you close the book.
Or turn off your Kindle.
Okay, what they should have done.
I think Austin might have just Venmoed me money.
After these AI generated,
he did.
reviews, they should have put one in there that was like, this book sucked. So it made you think that they're real, right? And that like these are honest people saying.
To be fair, this is his website. He's not going to include any of those reviews.
But it would have added to the authenticity of somebody just being like, yeah,
I-
Bill
I-
Moose
I
doesn't
need-
know what he's talking
I need
about.
a review on there that makes mention of something to the effect of, it made me laugh, it made me cry, it taught me many things, and it was very tittillating, especially the part about Gate 25.
Dude,
Multiple
that-
people asking Karen M. Did Karen McGee write this?
I'm gonna be honest with you. Like what were these people thought, and what was deeply American about what was going on with Scott Frost in Nebraska?
Apple pie, baby.
Well,
Apple
he
pie,
did
cup of
chew
coffee.
tobacco, and that's pretty American.
He lived on a farm.
His truck had a dent in it.
That was chef's kiss about the whole the dent
Frost?
in the car was really just the complete. It just brought everything together a little bit. Like, of course, this guy who has so much money and enough people to just be like, hey, can you take the car and get it buffed out? The fact that he still had just a big old dent in his car was just like, of course he would. Of course he would. It's that dented car was one of the most truck. That dented truck was kind of the perfect symbol of everything that happened at Nebraska.
It was.
Here is a problem. It's easily fixable. I have the tools, resources, support, and ability to fix it.
But I ain't
And
gonna
yet,
do it.
I'm not going to do it.
I'm not going to do it.
I'm
I'm
not
going
gonna
to
do it.
leave this giant flaw on the side of my new vehicle.
And even though that I should be a super respected person that has enough accomplishments to get this job and enough money to fix this car, I'm not going to. Because you know why? You know why?
Why?
Because I just don't want to.
Mm.
I just don't want
I just don't have the energy or the care.
to do it.
I really don't care.
I don't care.
That could be Scott Frost.
That be his
Autobiography.
autobiography.
Dented truck.
I don't care. From Central Florida to Gate 25, back to Central Florida.
So I got money from Odson. Am I buying this book? Is that the game plan here?
Yeah, and then do you want to give me? So here's what we'll do: you buy this book right now on your Kindle.
Yeah.
Okay. You give me your Kindle password, and while you're doing the show, I will go ahead and do recon work and find Scott Frost things. And while
I don't know if we can do that. I don't know if so you would log in on the Kindle app on your phone. Is that what
on
you're
my
saying?
computer, I'll just pull up my computer.
Okay, yeah, I guess that.
And
would work.
then I'll log into your Kindle, and I will just throughout the show, I will just send you.
excerpts. You'll just do
Excerpts.
Control F.
I'll
Frost.
just Control
Okay,
F. Frost.
We'll figure that out once we
and
get to
Scott.
commercial break. I'll buy it and we'll go from there.
And throughout the show today on Unsportsmanlike Conduct, you guys will be talking about something. And Josh goes, "All right, we have a development."
I like this. I don't mind this.
We can bring back the Frost Flash.
We can.
We'll do that, and I'll just all day. I will just.
Well,
send
plus
you-
I
Well,
realize-
yeah, but what if it's not a Frost related story? I mean, this is Bill's book. It's not Frost's book.
You're right. It is a book about the deep American impact.
What
and
we
dream.
need to bring back is the
Okay.
moose call.
I want to know.
Yeah, we just need the moose call.
I want to know what was so.
There we
deeply-
go.
What was so deeply American?
Oh, no.
You're really
no,
obsessed
no.
with this
This
whole
is what
deeply
we-
What
American.
is
This is what we
deeply
need.
American?
He's
Like,
a-
what is that adjective?
He's a football, guy, and he lived on a farm.
What'd you
Doesn't
thi-
get more
What'd
American than that.
What'd you think about the chapter where Frost was missing recruiting calls and recruiting meetings? I thought it was deeply American.
Mm,
I assume on the Kindle you can Control F,
you can, yeah, and on the app too. Because I have the Kindle app on my.
so you can
computer.
just like zip ahead and search like Lincoln, Nebraska, Huskers.
He should be
Frost,
able. Matt should be able to give us some juicy news droppings fairly quickly.
John,
I don't think that'll be in there, John.
I don't know what's going to be
Allegedly.
in here.
allegedly.
Allegedly,
Whatever it is, clearly it's deeply American.
I want Moose. The thing that I want him to actually talk about: the rumor of him getting fired in 2019 and what the hell happened.
Yeah.
That's what I want. Do you know about this story, Matt?
Moose getting fired or Scott?
Yes,
Moose
moose.
getting fired.
Okay, I don't know the story.
This is before the Frost train had totally derailed, or it
This was
even started to derail.
This was the off season into year 2. This was the early part of the off season. It's 2019.
and this is a fun offseason, correct? It wasn't.
People were pretty fired up.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were fired up.
So there was this rumor that Bill Moose was about to get fired and that he had, probably shouldn't say why he was going to get fired, right? Because I don't want to get sued. But there was all these rumors about him in his personal life.
Yes.
Kind of like Frost adjacent. There are some of the Frost
I know.
rumors.
I'm
Okay.
picking up what you're. I'm picking up what you're dropping.
And so, to the point where Nebraska put out a statement
Really?
that was like, we are happy with Bill Moose and nothing is happening. And people nationally were like, what is this? Why are they announcing? It's like one of those, the meme about the shirt. I don't like child, trafficking shirt is having a lot of people ask questions that was already answered by the shirt.
Yeah.
It was very, very strange.
Really?
Very, very
That's
strange.
very strange. I did not know that.
That is very strange.
Yeah. Happer points out, and then he showed up at the basketball game. Yeah. So the other thing about him was he apparently wasn't going to the basketball games. His suite was always dark. And so everyone was like, yeah, Bill Moose is never there. But right after this happened, he made a point to go to the basketball game.
Really?
Yeah.
God, this place is so weird.
Dude, it is weird.
This place.
Because he was always gone. He was always up in Montana.
I'm a little mad that all of the fun drama of Nebraska athletics happened after
Don't worry.
came.
There's still fun drama happening while
Yeah.
you're here.
I
Right now.
lamented that when I got into the biz, and then it was like,
Then it got turned up on you.
yeah, and then a coach called me on a Wednesday night one time. Like, things are always going down here.
Yeah.
You'd never really expect.
By the way, all right, so we're doing this, right? So
We're doing
So
this.
you're going to get the book.
Yeah, I'm going to get the book.
I'll be
You're
out there on my desk, and
All
I'll
right,
be
you
and
multitasking.
you're just going to send us little excerpts that we can share.
Yeah, I'll probably end up. I'm probably going to go to Popeyes, and I'll just get food, and I'll just come back.
Oh, well, okay, great. By that time, the damn book will be out and
What, you want me to starve now, or you want me to
you want you to
DoorDash?
starve. You're the one that's going to Popeyes.
Just skip his joke and keep going.
It's
I'll-
not a joke.
I'll
It's
go and
real.
get food, and I'll just camp out at the desk, and I'll just send you guys stuff. throughout
You
the
might
show.
be able to read the
What were you
whole
gonna-
thing while waiting in the drive-thru at
Say,
Popeyes.
can you only get it on Kindle right now? You can't get it anywhere else or any type of format?
Yeah, why?
Because if you get the PDF, then we could all just.
No,
Have
yeah.
Oh, I like this better because then Matt's just going through it and he's sending us little thingies.
We'll have like a Kornacki desk update.
yeah, on the
like it'll be during the election and be like, okay, Don, one second. We got to go to Steve. Steve, you got something for us? Yeah. Okay. We're Kornacki, go.
random county in Pennsylvania just came in.
Yeah,
30
James.
votes.
Thank you for cutting here. Let's go to Pennsylvania. So
Right.
we see in 2016 that Hillary she was getting 72% of the vote in this county that has 3 million votes coming in from Pennsylvania. Biden right now, he's only getting 58%. That's a big update.
all right.
That is a dream job of mine, to be the map guy for an election.
I would much rather do the weather map with the radar
Yeah, Nick.
and to save lives instead of ruin them.
Because on his website, it's for whatever reason those aren't available,
Yeah.
so we're only getting it on Kindle.
All right. We're
All
going to
right, I guess we're doing this.
we're doing this.
Yep.
By the way, as we go to break, we have a sports flash.
What?
Sports flash. Time for an unsportsmanlike conduct sports flash update. Sports flash. From the Sports Flash Sports Desk. In an official announcement that has just come down the line, the godfather of this radio program.
Bob Bruce.
No.
Oh.
The other guy.
Michael Severe?
No, the other guy.
Neil Nelkin.
Has just found out
Older than him.
that he has received the ultimate tribute and the ultimate sign that he is an old.
Oh, what's that?
Kevin Kugler is being inducted into the Nebraska Broadcasters Hall of Fame,
Let's go.
which now officially means he is old.
What a travesty.
He might be on the Grum tomorrow.
How can a man who hates Nebraska get inducted into the Nebraska Broadcasting
Excellent.
Hall of Fame?
Excellent.
Not
What an
only does he hate
absolute-
Nebraska.
What a joke that a man that does not like the Huskers is going to be in the Hall of Fame.
By
How
the-
terrible.
By the way, this is a loaded class.
It is a loaded
It
class.
is.
By the way, congratulations.
John Nicely, Ken Shimmick,
Ken, what a guy.
and my good friend Steve Lundy.
Ken is a
I got two
dude.
two dudes that I've been around for quite a bit going
Wow.
in.
I
the
was
same
Pretty
time.
soon it'll be your turn, John.
I was
Yeah.
lucky.
I'm not that old yet. You have to be of a certain age and vintage to be able to get into a hall.
John Nicely. He always treated me nice when I talked
I'm
to
sure
him.
he
Well,
never
J-
heard that one before.
They're all
I had a,
well.
high
Three out
school
of the
teacher.
4 are really great
I had
people.
a high school teacher who worked at a WWT with Nicely back in the day, and so I got to meet him a few times.
Ken, I worked around Ken for 4 months at 10-11 during an internship. And I doubt he remembers my name or anything like that.
Hmm.
But one of the nicest men that I met around. Very nice guy. Very sweet dude.
Talk about a guy. You
Now,
talk about it.
here's a guy. Hey, man, this guy's as nice as Patrick Mahomes, man.
Kenneth, Kugler in the hall before Belichick. What a time to be alive.
Oh, I realized because I've seen our content today. We are not talking about Jordan's shirt, or is that going to come
Oh,
up
no,
later?
it's coming up.
Okay, good.
I got pictures.
Okay, good.
John's excited about that one.
I laughed heartily when I
John
saw
saw
that.
that shirt and goes, "How can I order that?"
I didn't see Jordan's shirt.
Oh,
I missed it.
Jordan,
you're gonna-
Jordan headed out
You're
the
gonna,
park.
you're gonna love this.
yeah.
Oh, they're gonna go crazy when he hits
2026 might be the year where we have to start respecting Jordan.
It's pretty funny what
Wow.
she did. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ritupect Jordan.
Retupect. Excellent
Yeah.
reference.
That's so stupid. You know what's also stupid too? The fact that the United States is only up 1-0 in this game. I mean, they have just zero net front presence. It's ridiculous. They're gonna lose to Canada.
All right, I have the book
All right,
downloaded on
let's
my
do it.
app, so I will give you my
Let's do
stuff. It's ready to open. I'm going to open it, and I'm going to Control F Frost, and I'm going to see what we see.
Okay.
Wow.
We're gonna do it now, or you're gonna do it?
Yeah, I'm going to do it as we.
Okay.
I think I can do Control F on here. It's a big book, so it's taking a little bit to download.
Okay.
There we go. Search for
Incredible.
a word or phrase. Frost. All right. So
How
there's
many
a
results are there?
surprisingly only. Oh, it doesn't say the number. Oh, 18.
Oh,
All right.
18 what?
references of Frost. There is a chapter titled "There Is No Place Like Nebraska." It is chapter number 13.
Oh no! They
There's
picked a
lot
lucky
of-
number there.
A lot of garbage to scroll through.
Is there only okay?
I'm going to search the word Philadelphia.
And now, how much of
Look up Scott.
how much of the Frost is going to be Scott Frost, or just him talking about
Yeah. How many-
Montana and how cold it can get?
Hey, here we go. Page 581.
Hey Nick.
Playing Temple
How's
this weekend. What was
Yes.
the other one?
Scott. Just look up Scott. How many times did Scott come up?
Well, I mean, then you're going to have Larry Scott is mentioned.
Oh.
See, because if you're right, so I'm going to teach you something. When you're writing about somebody, you mention their full name, and then after that, you just refer to them by their last name. So that's why it's more important to search Frost.
I started writing before you started writing.
I don't think that's true.
I started writing on Husker Max before you started writing on Husker.
Yes, but I've been writing since the 90s.
Okay, I know
I
how to
wrote my
write.
own version of the X
God,
Files.
I know how to write.
You made
John.
Ben-
This is like hearing, like, I don't know, Tucker Carlson and some other right wing guy.
The baby.
I was on Fox before you were on Fox. No,
Have you seen that guy on Instagram who does the Tucker Carlson impression, but it's over Star Wars?
No.
He's like, "Hi, I love Yoda. I mean, he's a deep friend of mine, but I mean he's kind of crazy."
Real quick, before we go to break, I was with Matt on Friday, and
Mhm.
man, he gave like 5 minutes of takes about the Star Wars movies. to
Wow.
me. Yeah, just like nonstop.
You just let me go.
Yeah, you were cooking.
I'm a peacock captain.
Yeah,
Don't
he
let me fly.
He was cooking. He had lots of interesting takes.
People don't know that about me. I'm a nerd.
Kenneth
We-
says, oh,
well, we
geez,
know.
It's actually
Well, yeah,
700
because
pages.
this guy over here says a bunch of moronic stuff about comic books as if it's facts, and I have to correct him.
moronic stuff about comic book. I don't
Zombies
read
and
comic-
vampires being the same thing. I,
mean,
still will never get over
I mean,
All right, let's go to break.
Pretty much the same.
we got to recap the Super Bowl.
that. All right, bye guys. That was fun.
Bye, Matt.
All right. Brought to you by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha, everlevelconcrete.com. 1620 zone.
Weather from KETV News Watch 7 is brought to you on 1620 The Zone by Certified Transmission.
Elegance meets innovation at Woodhouse Lincoln. Discover the all-new 2026 Lincoln Nautilus. And for a limited time, enjoy exceptional financing offers. 0% APR for 48 months or 2.9% APR for 60 months. Browse in-store or shop online at woodhouselincoln.com today. With approved credit, must finance with Lincoln Automotive Financial Services. $299 doc fee due at signing. Offer expires March 31st, 2026. See dealer for details.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Athletics. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
I'm just afraid that McMaster is going to get nervous and he's not going to follow through on his promise because the women's hockey team's only winning 1-0 in the second period.
Still? What's going on with them right now?
Slackers.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Welcome to the Grum and the first full week without football.
He says with joy in his heart.
Happy baseball season, Josh. We're finally here.
Yeah, you know what? I'm really happy. Well, it's going to be nice.
Congratulations to the Seahawks.
Hell no, I'm not.
Give them their flowers.
No.
They won the championship.
Team everybody knew would win.
Great. You beat a JUCO team to win a title. Congratulations.
They had to beat you. Are you saying the Rams are the JUCO team? This is like the 90s.
No, I'm talking about yesterday, you dumb.
My bad.
Yeah, dummy.
You dumb. No, they won. I'm not surprised. I'm honestly not surprised in how they won either.
No, if you listen to the show on Friday, we hit on a lot of the things that ultimately happened. Will Campbell, how's he going to do? Drake May being sacked a ton. How's he going to do?
Badly.
Yeah, I mean, we hit on those types of things over and over and over.
I mean,
did you see his QB rating?
Yeah, it's terrible.
Woof.
Yeah.
The lowest QB rating in a
we
Super
said
Bowl
as much
ever.
on Friday. Darnold does not have to
low.
play out of his mind to win this game, but Drake May's got to play a great game to win this game.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, Darnold had it felt like I'm not going to rewatch that whole damn thing. I should have been keeping track, but he had to have about 6 or 7 turnover worthy throws. Sam Darnold, but they didn't end up in turnovers, obviously.
Correct.
So it's not like he played out of his mind, but he didn't need to.
He did not need to.
He didn't need to. And by the way, kudos to me, Nail. I should have bet Kenneth Walker's MVP.
I know.
What was I thinking?
Well, we thought JSN was going to be a lot better than he was.
Yeah, it's really weird how he kind of wasn't.
He didn't need to be, though. They ran the damn ball.
I wonder if Seattle still could have won if their entire team had gone into concussion protocol like
Great
JSN
question.
did.
Great question.
Because I think the answer is yes.
They were playing well enough, certainly on the defensive side of the ball.
Yeah, they were.
The end of football, man.
It is. It's the end of football.
It's
but you know
book
what?
season, baby.
But it's now book
and it
season.
starts today, literally. I've already been reading some of the Bill Moose stuff. Matt's going to go get lunch, and then he's coming back, and he's working hard at the office, finding us interesting stories. I just read the Philadelphia story.
Based on
the writing, not great.
Yeah, based on just the snippet that you gave me, man, I hope this thing spices up.
Yeah.
None of what you read so far sounds like it actually happened.
Yeah.
It might have. I'm not saying it didn't, but it doesn't sound real.
John, I forgot to tell you this. One of the chapters, should we get to the Grum down, or do you want to?
Just tell me. Yeah, go ahead.
So he mentions that they're in Philadelphia, and then another guy walks into the room, and he doesn't know who it is. Also, get ready for this. Scott arrived at 6:30 and was immediately hugged by Matt before he could get entirely through the door. Dressed in sweats and unshaven, he proceeded to interact with his old teammate while I stood and watched. A couple of seconds later, another guy whom I didn't recognize entered the door, appearing much the same as the coach, but also carrying a paper cup. That person, Jared Lambert. I assume the paper cup is
Jared. Oh yeah,
we know dipping.
The paper cup wasn't for drinking anything.
I saw a photo one
time. It
time
was for expunging something.
I saw a photo. This is a behind the scenes interview that Frost was doing with the television side of things, and the outfit that Frost had on in a production meeting was just wild, absolutely wild to me. Nope, fit with the rest of his program.
Yeah. All right,
Grum down.
Grum down.
Do you have a thing on here for Bill Moose's book?
Well, I don't, because we didn't know. I didn't know going in.
I would have done something with Bill Moose instead of Pirate John for the thumbnail.
Seattle takes down hapless foe. Firm and soft, a final goodbye.
This has been gone for a couple months, but we're bringing it
Well,
back today.
I mean, this was our football bit.
Yep.
Which next year will have an entirely new name.
Because we always do.
It'll even though it basically covers the same thing. Hey, here's some observations from the football weekend.
What if it was like Cialis or,
I mean, that's why Firm and Soft is back. We took some Cialis, and now it's back up.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of back up, did a trip to Jersey raise rink to full mast.
Nice.
Oh, I get it.
Another Jays home game, another improbable win.
Perhaps the most improbable of them so far.
Yes.
Nice.
Yes.
Nice.
I would agree. Mitch Sherman will be along from the Athletic.
Hey, a final parting Firm and Soft. Wow, you're really excited for the end of Soft and Firm.
Oh, I guess I didn't see that.
It's been a while since it's happened. It's worth
Just
being
want to
excited
remind
about.
people that it's there.
Hey, you know what? We're all going to miss it.
Actually, that was my placeholder for a complete and total 15-minute breakdown of the Super Bowl halftime.
Oh, I thought you were going to say of the Bill Moose
Complete
book.
with all the takes.
Nice. Excellent.
Michael Severe Monday. I want to talk about the running back room because everybody else is.
Who's?
You notice
Nebraska's?
all the preseason
I've seen
or
this.
the pre-spring stuff is coming out, which, by the way, way too damn early for that crap. Though I understand why, because spring football's starting
Is
early.
the running back back?
Folks.
But
I want
everyone
Marco
else
Farr.
is talking about it. I wanted to share a few thoughts and have that as part of the
How
conversation.
it's going to be
with
terrible,
Michael.
how you're worried, how we're nervous. Michael and I disagree on the running back room. Are you in the middle? Down
No,
the middle,
I am
John?
not. I am not.
You're
in
on
the
my
middle.
side. Okay, good. Yeah.
Vaughn wipes out.
Miller?
No.
Oh.
And ESPN really, really, really sucks.
Yeah.
Get ready, folks.
I have a new crusade this year, my friends.
Tony Petiti,
I have a new
you're on the
crusade.
sideline.
Yep.
John's
Petiti-
going after someone
Petiti
else.
is
Damn it, I didn't get the
old
soapbox
news.
sound effect made.
Petiti tired. Railing on ESPN, wired.
The rail boy.
Mm-hmm.
Firm and Soft, and then railing on ESPN.
Mm.
It was the second worst thing I saw on my Twitter last night.
Ooh, what was the first?
The
All the
TP
takes
USA.
about the stupid Super
blocked.
Bowl halftime show.
Oh, just the takes.
Oh my God.
Because you were a fan of it?
No, because I'm not a fan of any Super Bowl halftime show. I famously don't watch them.
Did you
I
watch
also
it?
don't care.
And I will say this. There were some attractive women dancing with their butts.
Mhm.
And I am a fan of that.
Also, Jessica Biel was
Thumbs
there.
up
is
from me for the halftime show.
Remember when what was the first Chiefs 49ers one and old woman J-Lo was up there?
I was at the casino. I did a watch party
Oh,
for the
yeah.
zone, so I went and gambled during the halftime
I mean,
show
that was
year.
the scandalous thing was, oh my God, what is she doing up there? She's showing everything.
I
blah, blah,
like
blah. And I was
butts.
like, I don't care.
I don't care.
I don't have a problem with it.
John's been hating the halftime show for years.
Well, again, it's not for me. I understand what it's for, and it's not for me. So I did my usual tradition of going out back, picking up dog poop,
Riz did that yesterday.
and going up and we had a huge food spread.
Awesome.
And so, yeah, I mean, I was back down in my chair.
Nice.
I saw some of
It was
it.
Jessica Alba points out Christopher, by the way, Nick.
it-
Not
my bad.
Jessica Biel.
It
Wrong
looked,
Jessica.
it looked
Definitely. All
interesting.
Jessicas look alike to you?
It looked interesting.
Because it
Famous-
reminded you of Lord of the Rings, the Two Towers. We are Ents.
There was a lot of Ents on the field yesterday. Tree people.
John, you know about the trees. Come
No,
on,
I
don't-
really don't. I don't.
We'll find then we'll watch the movie.
No,
the
we're
movie
not
club,
watching the damn movie.
and then you'll know what it is.
We are not watching the damn
You
movie.
bow to
Mhm.
no one.
Nice, good reference.
402-951-1620, the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline.
By the way, one of the things broke off,
What
and now
broke
my
off?
cable, one of these things.
Oh, the
Can I
twist
blame
tie.
Schaefer for this? I think it's Schaefer's fault.
Did Schaefer
All we need is a
break
zip
the mic?
tie.
Yeah, I need a zip tie. I just need a zip tie.
Mhm.
The cable, it's hang low. I don't like it. It's touching me.
Wow. You got a problem with someone's cable touching you?
Yes, actually, I do.
You know, by doing that, you're going to end up breaking it.
I know. That's why we need a thing to fix it.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
The Zone Twitter feed, the old man Kugler's in the Hall of Fame
Congrats.
Zone Twitter feed.
This is gonna be great. We're
At
gonna
USC 1620.
We'll obviously be there, right? We gotta go.
We do have
went
to go.
with
Well,
Neil.
I don't-
remember the sun hitting my face the
I
whole
do.
show.
I
That
was
day?
I do.
sick as hell. that
Also,
day.
I don't know if
do
you remember.
remember
That
that.
was back when I didn't have air conditioning in my car, and so I
Oh,
drove down to Lincoln in
yeah.
August,
and
and
you were
I was
sweltering.
sweating.
It was
Yeah.
rough.
The only
I
problem
have air
is
conditioning.
the only problem is I'm assuming they're probably going to have to take the Hall of Fame ceremony to him, which means I don't know if they would want us inside the retirement home.
You're funny.
Maybe they would. I don't know.
Maybe. Who knows?
Maybe they would.
Yep.
And the Equitable Bank, speaking of old men, old man Doug. Equitable Bank Zone Twitter feed, John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com. At Equitable, we take banking personally and answer the phone on the first ring. First ring.
David says, could next year's version of soft and hard, it's soft and firm, be boobs or ass? I mean, look, boobs. See, now here's the issue with boobs or ass.
Some people like the other one.
No, they're both the same descriptor. If you're a sports boob or a sports ass, you're struggling.
Yeah.
So we'd have to figure out a way to find a positive in there, you know.
Well,
or we'd have to find a way
for some
to
of
find a
us, we
negative.
enjoy both.
We
so,
enjoy both. That is
so there's
absolutely
nothing.
true. Yep.
Again, soft and firm, just like every other gimmick we've ever done with that, always just kind of came up organically. Soft and firm came up because we were in the car driving back from the Cincinnati game, and I think there was a mattress commercial that was talking about soft and firm. I said that would be an idea for how we do our football review gimmick. So we don't know. We'll
or is
see.
it a bit?
Oh, good question. Very good question.
I like calling things gimmicks because I think gimmicks are a positive. Which is why last night's Super Bowl was not a gimmick.
Nice.
There's a lot of gimmicks inside that Super Bowl. But
so we're breaking the game down for the next 3 hours.
I don't know about that.
3 hours and 15 minutes.
I don't know about that.
Okay.
I don't know about that. But there was a couple of things.
I got a few takes. I have a lot of bad stuff about Drake May on my prep sheet today. Wow. Was he ass? Ass or boob? He was ass. Give Drake May the old ass because he sucked last night.
He did.
The
breasts! The breasts!
Indeed. He wasn't very
and randomly through the show, assuming that McMaster gets out of the Popeyes drive-through before tomorrow, we have purchased, thanks to producer Josh.
Thank you, Odson.
Thanks to boss man Josh.
That's true. Program director Josh
I'm
Odson.
calling him boss man Josh.
I
Big
like
boss man. We
The
have
Josh
purchased the online edition of the Bill Moose book, the Crab Creek Chronicles.
From the wheat fields to the ball fields and beyond.
Again, this is
it's rough.
This is one of the worst titles ever to get people to buy a book. But we have excerpts that we will be sharing throughout the Grum today. Essentially spoiling the rest of it for you, and because these are the parts you wanted.
Yeah, we report, you decide.
Can our whole Sipple interview tomorrow just be us reading parts of the book to him?
I mean, he's probably read those parts already.
He probably has. He said, I would have wrote it differently.
Yeah, exactly.
We will continue with the Grum.
Great to be here.
And it is good to be here on this beautiful day.
Man, there's nowhere I'd
Should've
rather
been
be.
outside.
It's 70 degrees outside. Why would I want to be out there when I can be in here?
I played disc golf yesterday. Why would I want to play it again?
Exactly.
I have a new grip.
I took down
rip
Christmas lights for crying out loud. Yes, they were still up.
Hey, you're busy. You got traveling. You're going
Well,
places.
it's never times out
Crab
well.
Creek Chronicles.
I mean, the one weekend we had
Wheat
off, it
fields,
was
football
below
field,
zero.
That's true. It was chilly. It was very chilly.
Nothing's more depressing than taking down Christmas lights in February.
Because you're so sad about Christmas. John will be here before you know it. It's less than 11 months away. We're almost here. Almost here.
1620 zone.
Kent Pavelka here to talk about
Dang, it's still only 1-0.
I know. Maybe McMaster was right.
Or maybe the Swiss are really good. By the
Maybe
way,
the Swiss are really good.
speaking of hockey, I do recommend, if you have Netflix, the documentary that they've just put out on the 1980 Olympic hockey team. I know there's been a lot of things done, in the past. HBO did one. I think there's been, obviously there's the movie.
Yeah.
This one's really good.
That's why I hadn't watched it, because like when I saw the announcement, I was like, okay, well, I've seen all of them, so I'm good. And then, you told me that before the show.
Well, but
started.
it's good every once in a while because there's younger generations all the time that come along, and this has been 45 years. So for young people, or heck, even people in their early 40s, mid to late 30s, like yourself.
Yeah,
and you're different because you're more of a sports head. So, and you appreciate the history.
I just told me the story about the Miracle on Ice.
But it's good to learn a little bit more because it truly is. It is. There will never be a greater sports moment in my lifetime. And you're going, about a hockey team? Really? Yeah. No, seriously.
It
it's
sounds
really
like they have a
good.
ton of footage that we've never seen.
Yeah, there's a lot of
before.
older footage, and of course the guys all reunite, and
I think I might
and
watch
it
that
surprised
this
a lot of them because there was some stuff in there that they were surprised to see again.
Interesting.
Interviews, excerpts, because Coach Brooks has been gone for 20 years. Herb Brooks. It's very good.
Yeah.
It's gosh, what is the title? Do you remember what the title is?
Let's see.
It might be another. I bet it's got the word miracle in it.
Miracle: The Boys of 80.
The Boys of 80. Yeah, it's on Netflix. It's very good stuff.
Hey, look at that! America scored 2-0, 2-0 over the Swiss.
That lady was just standing there and let one of the Americans just plink the puck off of the stick.
Never heard that
into the
before.
goal.
Interesting.
This is like Plinko, like the Price is Right game, something like that.
Why not?
The Super Bowl.
This was
legally a football game.
This was, we always do these things about greatest moment in history, greatest play in history, about the Super Bowl. And of course, we just reached a milestone. When we do the next 60 years, or whenever we reach the next milestone, if we ever do a category called most underrated moments in Super Bowl history, this is going to be there, not because of what Drake May did, but because of how the announcer reacted to it. Nick, could you bring up this? This was easily my favorite part.
It was pretty funny
of Super Bowl 60.
Perfect. Absolutely.
Watching that
because I can guarantee you what
cracked up.
Here's what's happening in that moment. If you've never been behind the scenes in television,
He's rewatching
it. The producer's in his ear. They're talking about, all right, this is the angle we're going to show you, and it's the color analyst's job to then identify, all right, here's what you're going to see. Here's why this happened. And he was so befuddled by it that this is all we got.
I got nothing for you here.
He nailed it, man.
Yeah.
And here, there's just a few seconds left of this video. Let's just watch the rest of it.
It's going to drop back. We're going to have a crossing route in here.
Where was he throwing? What was he doing? What was his thought process?
It seemed like a spray and pray situation at that point.
Which is ridiculous because they had the momentum. You had more than a half a quarter to go. You score here, and it's a one-score game. Well, unless it was a field goal. You get a touchdown here.
Yeah, because they didn't go for two earlier.
It's a one-score game, and you got a completely different ball game.
Mm-hmm.
And for him just to throw that thing up in the air, I mean, yeah, that you talk about YOLO, you talk about Tommy Armstrong YOLO ball. Tommy Armstrong, I got nothing on that. By the way, speaking of comparing him to other Nebraska quarterbacks, Dylan Raiola was watching this game last night yelling, "Stop holding the ball!"
Dude, how nuts is it?
He was confused last night.
Isn't it crazy when we broke down this game? One of the things that we talked about was Drake May and his ability to move, and Sam Darnold, his inability to move. That could be a problem. And yet it was like Sam Darnold was the player with mobility, and Drake May was the player who was the statue. And we saw that early on. There was that first sack that they had, and I thought it just got more difficult for him and more difficult for their offensive line, New England's offensive line. And his eyes, it was obvious. He started looking down, and he was unable to just look and see the entire field. It's nuts. Riss and I were talking about it last night because one of the ways that I think I might have mentioned this on Friday's show, one of the ways that kind of crystallized what makes Seattle's defense so good was when I heard an analyst last week describing them like the Rams offense when they brought in Sean McVay. What made the Rams offense so special? What makes it so special? They're always in the same formation. Or at the very least, it's always the same personnel. So that you don't know what's happening because it's so unpredictable.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what they do.
They don't tip anything off.
They line up in the same way every single time. Like as late as possible, then they're moving guys around.
Also,
they're dropping, they're rushing. They barely blitz.
Also, they rush 4.
They rush 4, and that's the thing. I have a number written down. The amount of times that they blitz, 13% blitz rate last night. Think about that. You watch the game, it did not look like a 13% blitz rate. It looked like they were blitzing almost every play, but they weren't. But they weren't.
Well, and reading some of the other stuff about last night's game, they pretty much put it in the hands of the defensive linemen to call their own stunts, their own actions, because they were better equipped to be able to read what the offensive line and the protections were going to be. And you talk about an era where everything is overcoached. Everything is got the green dot. You know, the coaches are always in your earpiece. I mean, usually we talk about this from an offensive perspective. But when I read that, I was like, damn, that's impressive. You put the game in the hands of the players, and when they see something, it's their job to say, all right, this is what we're doing here. That kind of freedom is invaluable. And those guys played with so much confidence last night because the coaches said, all right, here's what we're doing. Defensive line, you call the shots. You know, if you think you need to, stunt this way, or if you need to run this action, or, hit this gap a little differently, whatever the case may be. And they did it. They absolutely did it. And yes, did I enjoy the Drake May shot in Freuda, given all the fraudulent huffing and puffing about his MVP?
That he didn't win. Your guy won. Your guy did win the MVP.
Barely, though. We're not satisfied with only barely winning. We wanted to blow out.
Interesting.
Of course I did. Did it mean that Drake May was a bad quarterback this season? No. But it did expose the fact
that he played nobody.
That he didn't play anybody. And in the 2 games that he did play against the best defenses the AFC has to offer, they were both in bad weather. Oh, and the other side was worse than they were.
Yeah.
I mean, Denver was down to its backup quarterback in bad conditions that even the best quarterback wasn't going to be. I mean, as soon as that snow started, there wasn't going to be any more scoring in that game. And C.J. Stroud
was somehow even worse
than Drake May. And that's not to say that the Patriots, I mean, they deserved to be here because they got here. But
they can only win the games that are in front of them.
Unlike other teams who also traversed easy schedules, the 72 Dolphins, the 99 Rams.
Yeah.
When it came to the big moments, their big players showed up and played big. Kurt Warner played big in the Super Bowl. The Dolphins defense played big in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, it's funny. There are oftentimes in sports where you will have a team like New England where it's like, yeah, but who have they played? And I feel like we'll get to the championship, and so often they kind of overcome that, and they'll play at this level where it's like, wow, you got to hand it to them. They showed up and delivered on the biggest stage. The Patriots did not. 78 total yards through 3 quarters. They were outgained at that point, 271-78. And this is like last year's Super Bowl. The final score nowhere near indicative of how big of an ass whooping it was.
Yeah.
Think about the missed throws that Darnold had. There was the one early to JSN. There was the one late where if either of those connect, and I'm not even talking about the Gonzalez bat because that was incredible, but if either one of those connects, we're talking about a 30-something, 40-something to whatever type football game. They destroyed them, all in our lead up to it. All of the numbers, all of the film breakdown, everything was pointing to a result like this happening. And yet, there were times where I thought the Patriots looked even more flummoxed by that Seahawks defense than I expected them to. It was terrifying the way that they were able to move and get to May and just cause problems. They had that stretch. What was it? The first 3 drives of the second half, they're all 3 and out.
Yeah.
They're not doing anything. And even when they do move the ball, they're getting sacked and they're getting, taken back.
And by the way, consider that it's happening in this day and age of football where it's harder to stop teams now. I realize that scoring isn't like through the roof and that teams, the philosophy of today's football is play the high shell, make the offense do long drives.
Yep.
And, find a way to get stops or force field goals or get fourth down stops.
Mm-hmm.
It's usually not the old school way of, the 85 Bears or the 2000 Ravens just going out there and just pummeling the crap out of you and not giving you even a chance to move the football. Last night was that.
10 different players registered a pressure for Seattle. 4 different defenders had a sack. It literally was just coming from all over the place. I thought Witherspoon should have been the MVP with the way that he impacted the game and how he was coming off the edge.
I wanted the kicker to win the MVP so bad.
He could have given to the punter too.
I wanted it to happen so bad.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
just for the giggles of it all.
Mustache Adam, Seattle only blitzed 13% of the time. One could describe that defense as hell on wheels. More Nebraska Schadenfreude along those lines. John says when your left tackle looks like a Nebraska left tackle, it's going to be like the defense is blitzing every play.
The good news.
We talked about Will Anderson a lot the other day, and woof, he struggled.
Was
Will Campbell
on the tier list of Super Bowls over the last 25 years? Where do you put this one?
It definitely was the combination of not only was it like kind of bad, but it was boring. Like I actually thought
at least it lived up to what we thought it would be, and that is not interesting.
Yeah, the worst, I'd say of this century, I thought the Bucks Raiders one was the one that I just thought was pretty terrible. Ravens Giants.
Yeah,
was
but that one we thought, oh, this will be a really good game.
We didn't think that it was going to be.
And if we would have known ahead of time that Bill Callahan didn't change the audible calls, maybe we would have thought differently. But there's been. The Ravens Giants one
was terrible.
Will probably of the 21st century Super Bowls, that's going to be the worst for me.
Yeah,
and part of it, a little bit of bias here, but it happened right in the middle of the greatest show on turf run. So we had all this exciting, and then the Ravens come along with Trent Dilfer and the Giants, who were one of the least inspiring conference championship teams of all time.
Mm-hmm. And they got destroyed. They lost 34-7.
And it wasn't even close. The only reason the Giants scored was because of a kickoff
return. Yeah.
So, that one will be the poop standard.
The Rams Patriots fears back was pretty terrible, 13-3. Last year sucked.
It was bad because it was low scoring, but at least you could watch that and appreciate, hey, wow, they are really shutting down this great
that's the thing.
Juggernaut, you had the star power.
And last
night's game didn't. Ask yourself this question: how many Hall of Famers were on that field last night? I know it's very early to ask.
Yeah, I was going to say because most of the good
young.
players are young players. Yeah. There's a very rare world where the answer is 0.
There might not be any.
Yeah. No, but that's it. Said one of the quarterbacks is in year 2, so it's hard to say anything with him. And then a lot of the defenders on both sides of the ball. Gonzalez would maybe be the first one that comes to my mind because he's had such a strong start to his career at corner. But certainly did not have anywhere near the star power of recent years. With Chiefs, with Mahomes, with Kelsey, even with the Eagles, Saquon Barkley, A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, et cetera, et cetera.
Last year sucked, but at least there were stakes to that game last year.
Oh, yeah.
There were stakes last night, too. Super Bowl. Winning a Super Bowl.
Really bad. There were stakes you would find in the back of a truck in a parking lot.
Wow. Chance right. Seattle, Denver was heinous. Yeah, that one sucked. But see, at least that one had a great defense versus a great offense. And so, there was this extra level of appreciation of, whoa, Seattle did that to that team because Peyton Manning had set the touchdown passing record that year. Whereas last night, I think Seattle is that good. I think they are really great, especially on the defensive side of the ball. It would have been more enjoyable if I thought that they were going up against an offense that I respected more. That's why the Super Bowl was 2 weeks ago. We talked about it. The NFC Championship game was the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Just like in the 90s.
Now, we say all of those things, and friend of the Grum, Aaron Schatz, put out his ranking. These are the top teams by his DVOA since 1978, and this is end of season, so it includes the playoffs. And since 1978, according to Schatz's numbers, this is the 4th best team of all time.
And you know what's interesting about this graphic? Because the first thought is probably, no way, they have Sam Darnold. They can't be the best team of all time. That Washington team, that was Brett Rippon, right?
Mark Rippon.
Mark Rippon, excuse me. Brett Rippon's his son. Obviously, we know about the 85 Bears. 2007 Patriots, Tom Brady, peak of his powers. 89 49ers, that is Joe Montana, peak of his powers. 96 Packers, Brett Favre, one of his MVP seasons. So oddly, this kind of fits. Now, I have zero relationship with the Washington team. I don't know much about them.
It was a very good team.
They just kicked the crap out of everybody.
It was a very good team.
Were they? Do you think of them as like that great?
No,
because they didn't have that kind of quarterback.
Well, they didn't have. Well, and I believe Rippon was the MVP that year. But he was kind of one of those flash in the pan guys.
Mm-hmm.
You know, had a couple of really good seasons and then disappeared.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, that was also the third of three different Washington teams to win with three different quarterbacks.
Mm-hmm.
It was just kind of the magic of Joe Gibbs.
Mm-hmm.
Joe Gibbs.
The issue is, again, it goes back to star power. At least with that Washington team, you had Art Monk, you had Darryl Green. You know, you had some decent stars on that team.
Yeah, they ran through the league.
They did, but they weren't. We tend to think of a lot of these teams in terms of their dynasties, right?
Except for the 85 Bears, because they only won one.
They only won one, but you know,
there is a mythical quality to them, though.
Like for 4 years, that defense was exquisite.
Yeah,
from 84 to 88, that defense was unbelievable. They just, you know, were a little bit challenged. No, it doesn't feel like the Seahawks are one of the best, but this is one of those areas where sometimes the numbers and the eye test just won't match up.
I mean, they lost 3 games all year by a combined 9 points. So like that's the first thing that they're going to have going for them is they won almost every game they played. And when they lost, they never lost in blowout fashion. You know, it always came down to the wire. The Bucks game, the first Rams game, and then I can't even remember what their third loss was. You know,
well, they lost to the 49ers in the opening week,
and they lost to the 49ers all the way back in week 1.
For a touchdown
that's
at
right.
the end of the game.
So those are their only 3 losses. They kicked the crap out of the 49ers late in the year, and there was only one offense that ever pushed them outside of the Bucks, and that was the Rams. You know, they just were able to suffocate teams.
The only issue I have with Schatz's formula is it does not account for fluky 2-point conversions in which the whistle blew and the play should never have been reviewed.
Oh, interesting.
Mm-hmm.
That, I think, loses you 45 points off of.
So their DVOA should be 40 or
like 1.4%.
All right. Well,
yeah.
next time we have Aaron on, let's see.
But if you think about it, think about it. That play might be the difference between the Rams celebrating today and the Seahawks. Because now we don't know if the Rams still hold on to win that game. There was still plenty of time left.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that play will stick with me for a long time, mainly because the officials screwed it up.
I think we should have had a Broncos-Rams Super Bowl. That would have been cool.
America, you would have been treated to a better game.
It would have been a better game.
I'm happy for our Seattle Seahawks listeners out there.
I'm not. I'll never be happy for
we
you.
heard from our great listener Rick today.
Keep that
our friend
trophy
Adam
warm. Just keep it warm because next year we're taking ours and we're taking yours.
Interesting. I'm happy for our Seattle friends in the audience. Good for them.
Why? They're always so miserable. They have to live in those brutal, awful conditions, throwing fish at each other.
No, did you see last night when they gave a live shot of Seattle? It looked amazing. Looked really nice and pretty.
Josh, you weren't paying attention. That whole damn thing was AI. The commercials, the game.
All the commercials were.
It was AI.
Mm-hmm.
It was all AI. But yeah, I mean, Seattle deserved it. I mean, they were the best team at the end of the season by far.
Absolutely.
By far.
The football season is often talked about in ways where you need to peak. And
they
they
did.
peaked. They peaked at the correct time.
They absolutely
Definitely
did.
can't say they didn't deserve to win.
No.
They did.
Why do you keep saying deserve? It's the NFL. You got to win the games. This isn't a poll system, Nick.
They deserved.
Interesting. Can't say that. This is not college football. We do not award points. You got to go out and win the games. They played everyone who was in front of them, and they beat them all.
I mean, yeah. Did they basically play a junior college team yesterday? Yes.
But they had to play an All-American team to get through there. They didn't skate through the playoffs. They had to play the Rams.
That's right.
And they beat them.
So you're saying they deserve to be in the Super Bowl?
No, I just say they
The
were in the
last
Super Bowl
2
because they won
years,
the
man,
games.
We were a combined 18 yards away from beating and eliminating both the Eagles and the Seahawks. It's amazing.
Gonna be okay?
Yeah, I'll be
I feel like these seasons are gonna hover over you for a while.
No, they won't, because next year will be our year.
But what if next year you lose again in
But we
heartbreaking
won't. But
fashion
we
to like the
won't.
Bears?
Not this time. It ain't happening.
The
We've
Rams
learned
get
our
to
lessons.
the 1 yard line.
We've learned our lessons. We're gonna get somebody who can
New
catch
special
punts.
teams coordinator.
We're gonna get somebody who can catch punts that can, occasionally cover a receiver now and then.
Interesting.
We're gonna be okay.
Interesting.
We're gonna be fine.
Don't put it on the internet that John's in a bad mood. He's happy. He's happy.
I mean, I am happy. I am happy that, at least for Drake May, it was only the second worst crash on NBC yesterday.
Wow.
Whoa.
What a reference.
Whoa.
You know who I found out that news from? Crap, now I can't remember his name.
I thought you were going to say Lindsey Vaughn.
No, who's our NASCAR friend, not Ryan McGee? That's I wanted to call him
Busby.
McGee.
Yeah,
Jay Busby. Was it him on Twitter that you found out? I was scrolling and he was like, I was like, what happened? So then immediately I searched Vaughn and I was like, holy God.
Yeah.
Ouch. Yikes.
No, I didn't have to watch it then. Because I was actually going to watch.
That was the wild part. So
and
after
then I realized I don't want to watch.
So after
now.
the Super Bowl, they're like, all right, it's time for the Olympics. And Tariq's like, and everyone's talking about it. Lindsey Vaughn, here we go. And so, but there was like 4 other skiers that they showed, and then it was time for Lindsey Vaughn. And we're watching like, this is wild because we know what is about to happen, and it is going to be terrible.
Yep.
And sure enough, it is.
Oh no, disaster.
Yeah. Broke her leg.
It's not good.
If Wide World of Sports were still around, that could have been the agony of defeat.
It absolutely could have been. Absolutely could have been. More Olympics coverage as the Grum rolls on today. John will give us 5 thoughts from what he saw on the ice in the snow. And
I'm waiting for McMaster to drop us some tea.
Well, he did. He sent us an email. We can read it if you'd like. We were talking. Wow, he sent me 3 emails now.
Well, we'll parse through them and be back, and we have exclusive.
Yeah,
moose.
We're the
droppings.
first ones to actually spend money on this thing.
I can't believe this. Nobody else is doing it yet.
We've got the first excerpts from the Bill Moose book, The Crab Rangoon Chronicles. On 1620 The Zone. The Crab Creek Chronicles. A young woman's journey from Milan to Minsk.
Oh, interesting that you're laughing at that joke, Nick.
That's
You laughed at it.
That's a Seinfeld
Because it was
reference.
Seinfeld.
Seinfeld has funny writing. I never liked the delivery.
Well, speaking of funny writing, we have
many excerpts.
We have downloaded the book.
Yep.
We have the book.
Yep.
And Matt McMaster is already going through. He is highlighting some excerpts, and some of those will be showing up on our Twitter feed at 1620 The Zone.
Oh, is
on
that
Twitter.
where the graphic is?
Yeah, that's
is that
where
the one that Odson put out?
That's where Odson's doing his work. But we will be occasionally bringing you some of these today on the Grum. And so it is time to get another moose dropping. Oh, no.
Bill describes the loss to Troy in Scott Frost's first year and how...
Remember, he had Bunchy playing quarterback.
He said on Monday morning, I got a call from Ronnie Green, saying that he and Hank
Bounds
would like to meet with me the next day at Varner Hall, the building that housed the president's office. Our visit was brief, with him simply saying there were some things the two of them would like to discuss, to which I said, fine. Now, he then goes on to describe concerns. Oh no. Previous people have been fired for their coach losing to, bad teams. He brought up what happened to Eichhorst after the loss to Northern Illinois. So he talks about preparing for like basically fighting for his job, which is wild.
Which is wild when you consider, yes, Nebraska had a backup quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
It was only their second game.
Mm-hmm.
And this was he
had not even been an athletic director for a full calendar year.
Right, because he didn't get hired
October.
until, was it October or November?
Either way, it was sometime in
It was well into the 2017 season.
Yeah.
When he got hired.
All right, so I will read you a few paragraphs. Sit over there, Hank said as he pointed to the chair directly across from Ronnie. Chancellor Green has something for you. Complying with Hank's instructions, I took my seat, and after placing my briefcase in the chair next to me, watched as Ronnie's shaking hand extended what appeared to be a document of some kind toward me, and with a trembling voice told me to read it. Slowly and with caution, I took what turned out to be a 2-page letter and then became filled with shocks as I read it. I was truly aghast. The sucker punch contained in those 2 pages made the earhole hit I took in my first college football game at Kansas look like a sock hop slow dance. John, what's a sock hop slow dance?
A sock hop was something that the kids used to do back in the 50s. It was basically a dance.
Addressed to Mr. William Moose, it started with Dear Mr. Moose. He is a terrible writer.
This is a true American classic.
Addressed to Mr. William Moose, it started with Dear Mr. Moose, then immediately stated that he had received several reports regarding my inappropriate and unprofessional behavior in public settings. He then went on to say that on multiple occasions, Kendra, his
wife,
had been abusive and demeaning to members of my staff. His final claim was that I had authorized several modifications to my office that caused him to question my judgment and commitment to good stewardship of university resources. The details of these claims filled the first page of the letter, while the corresponding directives dominated the second. I was to discontinue the consumption of alcohol. I would undergo an evaluation for alcohol addiction and authorize the release of the results to him. Kendra was to cease any interaction with my staff unless there was a direct need for her involvement, and any failure of that would result in her immediate ban from all athletic facilities and events. It concluded by stating that failure to adhere to these directives would result in disciplinary action, including termination. This is what we just talked about with Matt in the crossover.
Now, am I getting my timeline screwed up that the rumors of his demise, I thought that came in the off season.
It did. So this is, and he goes on to describe going to an alcohol treatment center after the Wisconsin game that season. These rumors
which was
October,
a good month after the Troy game. So a month after this meeting.
And so the rumors that we had heard were, if I remember right, February of 2019. So obviously there was a lot of truth to these rumors, but the rumors then surrounded him being fired and that he was about to get the axe, to which he didn't.
Right. But that's several months after this meeting.
That is several months after this meeting. Yes.
Now I'm curious, is there anything in he's intimating that there's some stuff in there that he disagrees with.
Yeah.
Is he disagreeing with the fact that his wife was abusive towards staff?
Let's see. That's the thing I haven't had a chance to get to.
Well, we can save that for
we can save that for later.
We can save that for another time.
Yeah, exactly.
There you go. Some spicy juice, some tea spilt,
some spicy moose juice,
spicy moose droppings.
Uh-huh.
I like moose juice.
From the Bill Moose book, The Crab Creek Chronicles, the story of a boy, a dog, and their journey home.
I cannot stop laughing at addressed to Mr. William Moose. It started with Dear Mr.
Moose.
Not great writing.
I mean, that's the kind of detail that you now know why this book is 697 pages. I would assume,
honestly, John,
I would assume that there are certain things you don't need to include in the story.
That is absolutely true.
It was typed on white paper. It was 8 by 11, 8.5 by 11. It had rough edges on the side. I nearly cut my finger.
The part leading up to him reading I was nervous and I slowly took it out.
Mm-hmm. I had a coworker back in college who was writing a book, and he found out that I liked reading, which was my mistake telling him.
Mm-hmm.
And he wanted me to read his first chapter of a sci-fi epic, and the writing was terrible. It is among now the second worst that I have ever read.
Was the concept cool? I do like a good space opera.
Dave Fight says, why would you volunteer this information? Quite interesting. Quite interesting.
Yes, it is. And wait, there's more.
Lots more.
We'll have more as the show develops. But
juice.
But when we come back, it was a bounce back for Big Red and a comeback for CU.
Oh, hoops!
And Mitch Sherman to join us here in about 15 minutes on 1620 The Zone. Nick got to be front and center to Creighton's latest whack comeback.
Yeah.
How was your view of it?
I could not see. I could only see one basket.
Okay.
If I wanted to look over, I had to like.
Yeah, I was curious. I was curious how it was for you. I mean, it was fairly decent for yours truly. But Nick Graves is shot with 2.5 seconds left. Third straight win at home featuring one of these comebacks. You had Xavier, of course, featuring the improbable bank shot. You had the comeback at Georgetown that yielded the overtime win. This one was this one was the
most improbable,
highest degree of difficulty because you're down 9 with 95 seconds to go.
Mm-hmm.
When Bud Clark hit the shot and made it, I think it was 67-59. It was like, okay, well, it's got to be crazy now to think that there is even a possibility of coming back. Because as we pointed out, in the was it the Georgetown comeback? I'm getting them all confused.
Yeah,
now.
me
They're
too.
all blending together. But the math of it all just doesn't work. When you are a team like Creighton that does not press very much, and when they do, it's usually not very effective. But twice it worked because there was the steal that happened at half court when Jason Green sprinted out from his spot and helped the double team on Clark, got the deflection, went down, dunked it. And then there was, and it was beautifully ironic or coincidental. I always mix match those two words.
Like rain on your wedding day.
But if you'll recall, in the first Seton Hall matchup, Creighton twice had to burn timeouts just to inbound the ball. Seton Hall had to use a timeout trying to inbound the ball up 4. And then on the second try, Staten McRae, unfortunately for him, stepped over the line. So it gave the ball to Creighton. That led to a 3 by Zugic, made it the 1-point game. And that certainly opened the door to the game-winning shot. But you needed those types of things to happen. If you're going to come back from down 9 points with 95 seconds to go, you got to have extra possessions.
Mm-hmm.
You can't just play out. You can't play out the defense. You can't play out 30 seconds and hope for a stop. And you were already in the double bonus, so you're going to have to rely on missed free throws. And
you got.
You did get one. You definitely got one. But that was, again, and so a lot of the excitement and the energy in the call, a lot of it was in surprise.
Yeah, I was listening to the last couple minutes of the game, and, it just, I've done games. You've done many games. Watch games, listen to many games where you have that mindset of, man, it's over. But, I guess technically they could still do it if if X and Y and Z goes right for them. And somehow X and Y and Z all went right for them at the very end of that game.
And they had to.
Yeah. And, you guys talked about it a lot in the post game. Everybody did. You talked, a couple players talked to Mac. The week in which they are coming off of, inside of a season in which they have dealt with, where, of course, it has been pretty miserable, I think, on all accounts. At the very least, up and down. And is it fair to say last week was the hardest of any of the weeks?
Well, yeah, easily.
Because of the reasons
and
why.
It's because of the circumstances of Kelly Dix passing away. And that was the other part, even though Josh wasn't integral to the comeback in terms of he didn't have the ball in his hand. He didn't necessarily make the defensive play, but he had a great game, especially given what he has played through recently, which was some of his worst games of the year. But he played exceedingly well. And so for him to have that moment and then for the team to win another game like this, absolutely. It's weird because when you get used to winning all the time, going to tournaments, usually you're not by February 9th, or what is this? 9th. Yeah. You're not stressing about getting into the tournament. It's about where you're going to be seated.
Yeah.
At least that's the way it's been the last handful of years.
It's been that way the last decade.
For Creighton.
Yeah.
And this year, certainly it's not going to be that way. You're going to have to go to New York and win the conference tournament and get the automatic bid. And because the expectations were much, much higher than that, both in the historic sense and in the what was expected of this team sense, it's easy to just, be, oh, God, this is terrible. We have to suffer through, watching these games. I'm only speaking for myself. I can't speak for fans. I see some of the discourse out there on the internet. People are going to say what they're going to say. They're going to share whatever they want to share. But the way they've played these last few games, the last 3 wins, at least have given you. I mean, there's something about basketball where you get the last second win where it's like, oh, but that was fun. Oh, but that was fun. So while a lot of people are comparing this to the 14-15 season, this is much, much better than that year was, just simply because.
Yeah, I don't get that. That year they were like actually bad that year.
Now, they
fought hard, but they were a bad basketball team.
They fought very hard.
This is a better basketball team than that was.
Right. And a lot of that, again, is based on expectations. There weren't a lot of expectations for that
There
team.
were none. Yeah, they had the one little moment where it's like, hey, they came back to beat Oklahoma. They're in the top 25, and then they showed their true colors very quickly.
But there's something about winning the games like this in very unorthodox ways for Creighton that has at least given you, at least given me some reason to be like, I see it. I see it. Now, am I saying that this is going to be the jump start to? No, it probably won't be.
Yeah, I feel comfortable saying
but it's at least, it's something that you can go home at the end of the day and say, man, that was fun.
Got a fun memory out of it, right?
Got a fun memory.
Goes that pirate ship to the bottom of the ocean.
Now you have multiple of those moments throughout this year. Crazy comebacks. And
it was sweet to get it against
this
team because Creighton had no business losing that game in Newark. They had no business.
And so I bet they're feeling the same way now. It's like, I feel like the series this season should be 1-1.
Yes, it should.
And it just happened in a way in which it was like, wait,
it happened in a completely different ass backwards way.
Yep. What is really interesting about the way Seton Hall played that game is I was talking with both the play-by-play Dave and his
play-by-play
color. They've had a hard time shooting from the 3 all season. Seton Hall has.
Yeah, they're not a great 3-point team.
And something got turned on in that game.
Yeah, they made 4 or 5 in the first half, which was, and the guys who made them were guys that weren't good shooters, at least perimeter shooters.
Hey, we talked about it some point recently. Just there's this stretch that is very shortly coming where it is 3 of the best teams in the conference.
Well, it's the top 3.
Villanova,
the 3 teams that are going to be in the dance.
Yeah, Villanova, UConn, and St. John's. And there is now one game before that stretch begins, and that is Wednesday night at DePaul. And just how important it is to get a win, and to certainly get a win now that you feel like you stole, and to end the losing streak. Because if it's 4 right now going into DePaul, which Bart has that as a short Blue Demon lean because they're the home team, just at the very least, I don't think they're making the tournament. I don't think anybody really here thinks they're making the tournament. But
the only way they're making it is if they win the tournament. They have to
make the crown.
They have to win in New York City.
But now at least the vibes aren't going to be so porous. Like the vibes have we've been talking about bad vibes for Nebraska football for a while. The vibes for Creighton basketball have been pretty terrible lately. And so at least for one night it changed. At least for one night you had some happy moments.
It did. And I think more importantly, it was needed for this group based on the emotions that they have gone through. Because, think about it. Anytime people that you either work with or are on a team with, you're close to, and you see more than you see your own family, when they lose someone who's important to them, and especially when it is a parent, you don't know what to say.
Yes, exactly.
You don't know what to say. You don't, because there's nothing you can do about it. It's one thing if a guy's having issues because, his girlfriend broke up with him, or he's having problems with his schoolwork or whatever. Silly little things. You can help people through things like that. It's hard to help people through a tragedy like this. It is.
Especially when, John, you literally cannot say, and how thankful are you that you're in your 50s and you can't say, I don't know what it's like to lose a parent.
Right.
Like, you don't know. And thankfully I don't either. And so it makes those situations even harder because
It makes it
you
tough.
obviously want to offer grace and you don't even really know how to offer
Right.
grace. And so I'm happy that at the very least, he has this close group of guys who, I mean, again, the interviews afterwards, you listen to how everyone's talking about him in particular, and you can see that the love, you can hear it. You can hear how important the love obviously is.
It is.
And so again, in a season that is probably going to turn into a lost season, that there can be these little moments of joy. I'm happy for the people involved. And I'm happy for Alex Sindelar. What are these wins important for? Making me happy. I guess that's important to some people, primarily me. I'm happy for Sindelar.
Yeah.
I'm happy for Sindelar.
Coming up next, we'll talk with Mitch Sherman of The Athletic, and we will have more excerpts.
Oh, boy.
From the Crab Creek Chronicles, the biography of Bill Moose by Bill Moose. Mr. Moose.
700 pages of glory.
But
Hello,
we
William
only
Moose.
cut to the good parts.
Yes. Yeah. We're not reading the stuff about, Oregon. Who cares?
This is like a 90-minute long snuff film.
Mm.
You just fast forward to the good parts.
Yep. That's what we're doing.
That's what we're doing.
Uh-huh.
So we'll have more excerpts as we continue on 1620 The Zone. Mitch Sherman of The Athletic joining us.
Hello, guys. The intent that he had in putting this staff together will overrule all of that, no pun intended. Yeah, you've got to get bigger and bolder every time, right?
Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Mitch. Mitch.
More excerpts to come from the Crab Creek Chronicles, the autobiography of Bill Moose. They were really, 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 really zeroed in on the whole drinking thing.
Holy crap, John.
They might have they should have just renamed that whole chapter. There is no place like 90 proof. A lot of stuff in there as we welcome in Mitch Sherman of The Athletic. Mitch joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Mitch, we have purchased an online edition of Bill Moose's autobiography, and we are skimming it for good parts. There's a lot of stuff in here about Bill Moose and his drinking, and apparently Ronnie Green and company weren't fond of it.
Well, that's interesting.
Yeah,
I'm intrigued by that information. Those excerpts from Bill Moose's stay at Nebraska. I figured, and I'm sure it will, the main attraction, like the thing that people will run to in that book, is to hear about his interactions with Scott Frost, both at the beginning of Scott Frost's time, or even before Scott Frost was officially the Nebraska coach, and then later through some of the transgressions that occurred. Of course, when things got really bad for Frost, Trev Alberts was in charge. That would be when Trev writes a book, let me know.
Well, I'll read you one excerpt, Mitch, before we get on to the actual topics of the day. He writes, I attended 2 days of Big Ten meetings in Chicago where I refrained from having anything to drink at the various social events and we should
probably maybe put a little perspective, because apparently there'd already been a come to Jesus
multiple meetings.
Yeah.
He had to go somewhere to basically test his liver and all sorts of situations. It's wild. And
these things were true.
Yeah,
Wow.
Mitch, that was my reaction too. Like, whoa, all of the things from 2019. Here's the wild part, Mitch. He tells the story that this stuff starts happening after the loss to Troy in 2018. So it goes back basically to the beginning of the tenure.
Yeah, it's drove him to drink. Wow.
Yeah.
It's inside of a year of his tenure.
Session for Bill.
Yeah. So he writes,
All
I
right.
did, however, open a small bottle of liquor in the confines of my hotel room that I retrieved from its hospitality bar to enjoy on the final night. When checking out the next morning, I purposely asked the person at the front desk to put that charge on a separate credit card to avoid it being submitted for reimbursement by the university. Within a couple days, I was called back into the conference room and rebuked for having a drink in my room while in Chicago. Quote, I'll be damned, I said to myself. The bastards put a PI on me.
Wow.
Yeah, it's wild.
I don't know what to say about that. I don't know the extent of the issues that Bill had with drinking, and there obviously comes a time for some people where you just have to stop, and unfortunately you can't partake in that at all, or it can go down a bad road. I should probably just not play the role of a alcohol counselor on the radio.
Yeah, and I will say this
No.
in Bill's defense, he is writing this as in Nebraska is full of crap, and so every time he mentions alcohol, he's like, I didn't have a problem. Which
okay,
yeah.
Well, I mean that's what some people say. I don't have a problem. I can stop whenever I want.
Right.
Exactly.
I guess my one of the takeaways I would have, and again, this is only coming from Bill Moose's perspective. We don't have the Crab Creek Chronicles for Ronnie Green yet, or for Hank Bounds, but he didn't. If he had a drinking problem, I'm saying if he had a drinking problem, it didn't start when he arrived in Lincoln, Nebraska. That would be my guess.
Yeah, for sure.
That in the vetting process of finding a new athletic director, if there was an issue with drinking, I'm guessing that others would have found it out. So it doesn't necessarily reflect well on how the vetting process worked at Nebraska to get Bill Moose, and kind of lends itself to my theory that was they just wanted to find somebody who was going to pull the trigger and hire Scott Frost.
Yep.
Because
it's not usually a habit you take up at age 60.
Right.
Correct.
I think they wanted to find somebody who was as opposite and this has been a terrible trend, not just for Nebraska, but for all kinds of institutions, and it probably extends well beyond college or pro athletics, in just trying to hire the person who was the opposite of the bad person for that job that you had before him.
Correct.
And and you want to, I'm sure they set out in many ways to find a person who was the polar opposite of Sean Eichhorst.
Yep.
When it came to the ability to socialize and schmooze and, just do the things that you want to do to rub elbows so that you're like in circle when it comes time to make a huge hire, like they knew Bill Moose was going to be tasked to do right at the beginning. So yeah, I don't know. You definitely don't have to get to the place where he seemed to be in order to fill that category. But I'm imagining that if there were some problems there, they were probably overlooked, because all you had to do was talk to Bill Moose for a few minutes and you could recognize, anybody could, that he was a very friendly and gregarious and outgoing and energetic, fun person to be around, someone who would be good at going out and getting his man, which he did.
Yep.
Well, moving to the present day, and a book that hasn't even been written yet.
Nice.
Whatever book Matt Rule decides to write, or maybe whatever Troy Dannon decides to write.
Mm-hmm.
It is, I will admit, it is weird to see all of these spring football previews, including yours already, talking about the roster, realizing that it's February 9th. I get it. Spring football's starting soon, but it is a little bit weird. I'm curious, besides quarterback, because that's always the easy answer, is there a position group for you that their performance, based on what they needed to do in the portal, what they did or didn't do in the portal, and maybe what they did or didn't do last year, holds the key to year 4?
There probably isn't just one position group. I mean, right. I don't think there's any group that you can look at, but I'll pick,
or maybe there's a position group that's like a barometer for, where it could end up.
Okay. I'll just say offensive line. And that's another one, like after quarterback, that's just an easy one to pick. You can't function as an offense without a strong offensive line. And if I was going to say one on the defensive side, well, I mean, I'd probably say the defensive line for the same reasons that you say the offensive line. You have to be. We learned last year, and we knew this before last year, but we saw it up close and personal last year. What can happen when a weakness of your team, the weak link of your team, is the defensive line or at the line of scrimmage. And there were times where it was the offensive line. The offensive line was just such a weird mixed bag last year because Nebraska had a 1,500-yard rusher, but it also couldn't protect the quarterback. So it's a gray area. I mean, how much of the success that Emmett Johnson had was a credit to the offensive line, and how much of the inability or the sacks that Dylan Raiola took were to the detriment of the line. It goes both ways. There's some good and some bad in both areas. I would just say, like, the how legitimate Nebraska is as a true top half of the Big Ten. I'd even say top third of the Big Ten. If they could just strive to get to that point. Can they get to that point? I don't know. With the offensive line, if you can strive to be top third in the Big Ten, like one of the 6 best offensive lines in the Big Ten, and you can get close to that, then I like how that bodes for the team in general. And they made upgrades, or seemingly on paper, they went out and they found 3 players who today, as you look at it going into spring practice next Saturday, are going to, if they're healthy, are going to be penciled in and ready to go with the number 1 unit. Now they may not. I mean, you may not have all 3. You know that Justin Evans and Elijah Pritchett and I think Brendan Black, the transfer from Iowa State, are all going to be out there starting. The other 2, we'll see. They had mixed bags of careers so far in the SEC. I think them talent-wise, yes, they should be starting. And I think that's the best case scenario for Nebraska. Whether they are on day 1 of spring practice, we'll see. But Nebraska has Tyler Kanak and some other veterans who might get the nod right away. But I think if they get to September and like there's 3 new starters on the offensive line, 3 new players who are new to the program, and those guys have panned out and continue to pan out through the season, and that's a very good indicator and a very good sign for Nebraska's offense, at least.
Mitch, speaking of upgrades, I love the headline of your story last week. Did Nebraska's roster improve? Assessing the Huskers after offseason overhaul. I wonder what you think the answer to that question is when you go top to bottom on where they were able to get better. I agree with you on the offensive line. Maybe where they weren't. I would agree with you on the defensive line. Running back, certainly I have my own opinions there. Top to bottom, though, how do you think that they've done?
I think you have to really take into consideration who Nebraska returned and who retained.
Yes.
I think they did about as good of a job as could have been expected in the lead up to the bowl game. Once Dylan Raiola was out the door, and you took a hard look at like what might happen in the portal period, because this is well before the portal opened when we learned that Raiola would be gone. I believe it was December 15th, and the portal didn't open until January 2nd. So in that time between those 2 dates, there was a lot of concern. And if you would have asked me about how many key players, and that's an arbitrary term. It's a subjective term. How many key players is Nebraska going to lose? It didn't even approach the number that I would have thought that they might get to. And so that has to be taken into heavy consideration when you ask yourself the question whether this team improved. You improved by bringing back players who were in the program a year ago and have another opportunity to grow and get better and for them to individually improve. I mean, if you're losing players and then just having to replace them year after year, it's much more difficult to improve. So I think overall, yes, but in large part because of the players that Nebraska retained. There is definitely a lot of value in the 15 or 16 that they added. I'd even throw like a Danny Odom into that group too, because I think he's going to play as a true freshman in the secondary, and maybe a couple of others, maybe Luke Sorensen at tight end as well. So you may come out of spring with the possibility of like 16 transfers and then 2 or 3 freshmen who really have the ability to help your team. And if you measure that against who Nebraska lost to graduation into the portal, yeah, I think it's hard to say on February 9th, but I think there's a real chance, like when you get to April, that it'll be more definitive that, yeah, it's a better team than the one that ended the season in 2025.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic, the statistic that kind of stood out to me very early in your recap was Nebraska gained nearly 17,000 snaps of experience to offset the 5,800 that it lost with the departure of the 17 who transferred. You add that to the fact that it is now an older team. I mean, if you're in an off season that seems like it's finding every little piece of information and spinning it negatively, I will say that this shows that there's a lot of experience there, not only in the guys that have been retained, but in the guys they even used to replace in the portal.
Yeah, that nearly 6,000 snaps lost, of course, does not include the seniors and the players who were lost to graduation. Right. So it evens out, and they may even, I don't know the number of snaps. That wasn't information that was provided to me, that we didn't add up the snaps for graduating seniors. It was only portal snaps, like the net loss or gain in the portal, and Nebraska came out way ahead, like 3-1 almost, on snaps added versus snaps lost to the portal. So yeah, that's another good sign. And for me, the number that stood out, and I don't have it in front of me, but it was the number of freshmen and sophomores who were on the roster a year ago compared to going into 2026. It's significantly down. They're an older team, and look at the teams that have had success in the Big Ten and on the national level in the last couple of years. And it's not everybody. Like, there are some outliers. Oregon was a young team this year. That won't be next year. So good luck with that, Nebraska. But you old wins in college football and in college basketball. Look at the 2 teams playing tomorrow night at Pinnacle Bank Arena. A couple of old teams with seniors throughout the lineups, and no surprise they have 6 losses in middle of February between them. So that's how it is in college football, and Nebraska's trending in that direction.
Speaking of that old team winning in basketball, Mitch, this is such an obvious question, but like the importance of Rienk Mast playing like he did on Saturday. Like, I don't want to say it was more important than getting a win, but gosh, like just coming off of the month that he had, whether it was because of the sickness or because of how he was playing beforehand. Like, it really did seem like maybe the bigger takeaway than ending the 2-game losing streak did.
I think so, and just kind of how it happened for him. Like he had a definite plan going into that game that you couldn't see, and I think some of it against Illinois, some of it was that he was still sick. He had the lingering. You don't just get over what he had in one day because you stopped throwing up. Like he had weight to gain, and he just had to get his feet back under him. There was a lot. It clearly took several days, and he wasn't there on the weekend. So last weekend, the weekend before this previous weekend when they played Illinois, and to see that he had a plan, and to me it looked like he had to establish his shot around the basket before he even tried anything else. And, it's kind of like how when you go out and you're shooting hoops by yourself, I'm gonna make a couple of layups and make a couple of 4-foot shots, then you move back to the mid range, and then you're ready to shoot a 3. At least that's how it was for me when I knew how to dribble a basketball. and that's kind of how Rink went about it on Saturday at Rutgers. Like he made a couple of bunnies, and then he started to get his footing, and his confidence was back within the paint, and just started to extend it. Next thing you know, he was hitting threes and making most of his shots. And to score 26 points, I don't care that it came against a team that doesn't have anywhere near the kind of post presence that Illinois or Michigan or Purdue or Michigan State are going to give Nebraska. Like he had to start somewhere, and it had been a dry spell for him, not just with the sickness, but his shooting had gone in a bad direction. And I didn't question that I thought it would come back. You figured it would come back. He's too good of a player for it to just be gone unless they were hiding an injury, and that didn't seem to be the case. So, but it's good to see now. You don't want to get 4 or 5 more games down the road and close to March before all of a sudden he returns to his early season form. And there was always the possibility, and one game doesn't guarantee that this won't happen, that he never would return to that. Like that maybe he just has been through so much physically, both with the sickness and then coming back this year from the knee injury, that you weren't going to see that dominant player. I mean, that very good player that began the season for Nebraska. So it's important that he maintains that, and that they continue to keep him healthy, and get him rest and manage his weeks between the games so that he gives you his best on every one of the remaining games heading toward March.
And it all sets up a huge matchup with number 13 Purdue tomorrow night. I would if you're going to the game, I would leave now. Because it is a 6:00 tip, and
plenty of time, John.
Well,
Lincoln traffic is going to be terrible, huh?
Exactly, it's Lincoln bad traffic.
27th Street strikes again.
It's downtown Lincoln.
Yeah,
Okay. It's just it's not good.
I'm just going to zoom in off of Cornhusker Park by the baseball stadium, and then it'll take me an hour to get out, no matter what time I leave.
I will watch from afar in Chicago.
Excellent.
That's what I'll do.
DePaul. I see.
Yeah.
I see how it is.
Yeah, It is. The nice thing is the arena is connected to the hotel, so it's really convenient.
Perfect.
It's very convenient.
That is awesome.
And do the show from the locker room.
That is weird.
It is, but it's great.
Okay,
it's
good.
A nice building.
All right, good.
Very nice building.
Good.
Mitch, have a great time and enjoy walk. At least it's going to be a nice day, to walk. If you're going to be parking that far,
it'll be fine. I'm not complaining about the traffic. I'm not complaining about the walk.
Yeah.
Nebraska's 21-2, and I have a reason to go watch a basketball game on February 10th. It's two top 15 teams. There's nothing to complain
Hell,
about.
knowing Will Bolt, he's going to be like, damn, we got to take advantage of this. They might have the lights turned on over at Haymarket. They might be practicing after the basketball
baseball
game.
In February?
Hell yes. I would.
Holy
take advantage.
I believe they're practicing today. The high schools around Omaha are practicing today. I can tell you that.
So. That makes all the sense in the world.
And we're inside. This is great.
Actually practice because it's not spring season, so I'm not turning anybody in. But
yeah. Which school is cheating, Mitch? Tell us.
They have optional volunteer. You can go out and throw the ball around.
It's all legal.
I'm gonna go have a catch.
Remember, there are no rules anymore in college sports. You just do whatever.
He's talking about high school, though.
Well, that too.
The college teams can practice all they want. They have games on Friday.
Yeah,
that's true.
Exactly.
All right, Mitch. Take care. Have a good one.
Bye, Mitch.
Thanks, guys.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic.
John. I have more juicy droppings.
Oh, more moose droppings.
We've been doing so much.
From the Crab Creek Chronicles. Buy one, get the second one, 75%
No,
off.
you can't say that, John. Now, we have been talking a lot about football. Would you like some hoops droppings?
People forget that the head coach, and still your head coach, by the way, of your number 7 ranked team in the country, was hired by this man. You're welcome, says Bill Moose.
Or
what
was Bill Moose saying, I wish I could have hired somebody else?
What?
Whoa. Back to the Chronicles.
Oh, no.
The atmosphere.
Hit that again, baby. Hit that again.
Oh, no.
The atmosphere in the room felt eerily familiar as Ronnie, again with shaking hands and a crackling voice, started the conversation.
I hate his writing.
Is Ronnie always? It was shaking hands and
he's always crying and he's always in a weird spot.
This sounds like a fanfic.
Real quick, what was the remember the interview he did with Jack? And there was the phrase that people kept that Ronnie.
Oh yeah.
What was that?
Yeah. Well, he has like many famous drops.
Yeah,
I see that topic revisited. I don't know.
Oh,
That
no,
one?
yeah, that one.
Regent Pillen understands that you are interested in making. This is when he was a regent. Interested in making a change in the basketball coach and is interested in who you might consider as a replacement. Yes, I said. I think a change would be good, and I will share who I am thinking about possibly pursuing, but we need to keep this between us. There should be no problem with that, Ronnie said. Okay, I replied with a smile. Hang on. This is big. I have reason to believe there's a chance we can attract Dana Altman.
Wait, what?
Just then, a cold rush came over the room. Ronnie's face was directed towards me, but his eyes shifted back and forth between his table mates before Pillen responded, saying one simple word. No. No, I asked. Nebraskans won't accept him. That was Pillen again. Jim, he's from Wilbur. You can't get much more Nebraska than that. He has gone to more NCAA tournaments just while he's been at Oregon than Nebraska's gone to in its history, including a Final Four 2 years ago. He's among the hottest coaches in the country. Furthermore, no other sitting Power 5 coach would give this job a second look. Pillen, then you'd better try going to a lower level. So let me get this straight. I am not to consider Dana Altman as a possible candidate for this head coaching position? That is correct. With that, I abruptly said, okay, is that it? That's it, Pillen replied. I responded, he spelled Pillen's name wrong the second time. I responded by saying, all right, gentlemen, enjoy the game. Then I stood up and left the room. Son of a bitch, I said to myself as I stepped into the hallway. Yet another sucker punch. What is it with these people? Hey, what do you mean, you people?
What?
Wait,
man, it's a good thing that this didn't come out before the gubernatorial election, and he would have never stood a chance in hell.
Well,
are you kidding me?
They got Fred Hoiberg now, and everything's fixed.
Well, forget about where they are today. Obviously, it did work out with Fred, and even in the moment, Fred was a very eyebrow-raising hire. I believe Woj just found out about it and is reporting about it on ESPN.com. But the point is this.
Name wrong every time.
The point is this.
Maybe he hates Pillen. Maybe it was intentional.
Nebraska fans wouldn't accept him. Want to bet?
I don't understand. Well, no. Moose wanted to hire him.
No, but that was Pillen's argument, saying Nebraskans won't accept him. Forget about the Wilbur thing. Forget about his ties.
Yeah. Bill Moose famously worked with Dana Altman up at Oregon.
We're talking about a guy who is. I mean, the thing around here was we would talk about Dana and it's like, there's no way he would take it.
That's what we always said. Yeah. No way.
Now, we can argue if Moose is, speaking out of his rear end or, if something else is doing the talking for him.
Sure.
But let's just pretend. Pretend for argument's sake that Bill's got a point and that Dana would have been interested.
Would Dana Altman have started 20-0 in the 2025-2026 season?
I have no idea, but I do know this. Nebraskans would have fallen all over themselves.
Oh, that would have been an incredible hire.
Saying, yes, please, and thank you, may I have another.
Steve says, wouldn't hiring CU's former coach be a pretty incredible feather in the cap of, or in the hat of Nebraska? Pillen is an idiot, and then in parentheses writes, duh.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, that would have been, Jordan says it's because he's a former Creighton guy, right? If anything, that should be more of a reason to want him because he had so much success at Creighton. Also, he spells Pillen's name Pillan.
Pillan.
Again, editor.
Apparently,
needs an editor.
Yeah, I didn't get an editor.
Needs an editor.
This is one of the greatest stories ever written about the American dream.
Yeah.
I mean, this does remind you, and again, we're only getting it from one point
This
of view.
is just the Bill Moose side.
This is just the Bill Moose side, but there is no way in hell I could ever do that kind of a job when I've got a bunch of elected pinheads overseeing me.
Our bosses aren't elected?
Our bosses in this building are not elected.
Maybe we should ask them to be.
No. Because the last people on the face of the earth that should be doing any kind of hiring of athletic department, and I don't care if they played the game or not, are regents.
Mm-hmm.
I get that they have a role and they're important, but and you wonder why. You wonder why there was so much dysfunction.
Interesting. By the way,
Too
again,
many cooks.
I like this. Odson just asked, did this book misspell Jim Pillen? Am I missing a regent named Pillen? No, you are not. This is the Pillen.
That is the Pillen.
This is the Pillen that you've been thinking of.
Nebraskans wouldn't accept him.
Tough look for old Jimmy P.
Whatever.
Tough look for old Jimmy P.
Whatever. Maybe.
Jordan says, will Pillen try suing him for libel? I mean, Simple told us that there was going to be actual news that have come out of this. I mean, I'd say that's pretty newsworthy. Because he's implying, obviously, I know him, I worked with him, I could get him. That's what he is implying.
Sure he is. And again, could he be talking out of his butt and Dana would pick up the phone and say,
out of his,
I don't have any time for you.
Speaking of,
but again, assuming that Bill's convictions have some merit. Yeah, Nebraskans would have accepted Dana Altman with open, they would have probably thrown a parade.
It is really funny how dumb this makes Pillen look,
though. Speaking of, don't forget, John, the Get Your Together 5K sweepstakes is available, and it runs through the 24th of Feb. Right now at 1620thezone.com.
We'll be back with more of the Grum, including the final installment.
Boobs or ass?
No, firm and
breasts.
soft. The breasts. And more excerpts of the Crab Meat Chronicles.
Oh, no.
Now
don't call it imitation, baby.
Don't call it imitation crab. On 1620 The Zone.
Wait, we don't have a sounder for
Firm and soft. No.
firm and soft.
We don't.
No.
Boobs or ass.
It's time for our
breasts.
final edition of
Oh.
Firm and Soft,
Oh man,
the
it's
Super
over.
Bowl edition.
It's over.
Soft!
Bill Moose is writing.
All of
Not
you
good.
people, and I do mean you people who voted for Drake May as MVP.
Ha ha!
This was very delicious. I get it. It's a regular season award,
It is a regular season award.
but
Also, who cares?
well, I'd care because
Obviously.
as Matthew Stafford is your
Mhm.
should have been unanimous.
I don't know. If I go
Honestly,
that
the
far.
guy who voted for Herbert had better reasoning than the
Sam
people
Monson, friend of the Grum.
had better reason than the people who
He
voted for
is.
Drake May.
Mm.
I mean, he truly did. He had to deal with no offensive line.
Well, in fairness to May, he kind of didn't have one either at the end of the
Well, yesterday
Uh-huh.
against Seattle,
year.
but it doesn't mean Drake May was a bad quarterback. He obviously had a really good year,
Mm-hmm.
but it matters who you play.
Hey, along those lines, soft. Drake May. Some of this, my priors, I will admit, I don't want him to be very good, and I thought he was a little overrated coming out of the draft. And of course, yesterday he did play a very good defense. But when he had a step up in competition this year, they struggled, and he in particular struggled. That said, got to the Super Bowl in year 2, so he obviously has a lot to his game. But there is, I think, very much a world where we look back and say, wow, I mean, that path was fairly easy, all things considered, and it's going to be really difficult for him to match this level of playoff success in future seasons. I can't imagine that he's going to have too many more playoffs, at least in the next handful of years, where don't have to run into Josh Allen, don't have to run into Patrick Mahomes, don't have to run into Lamar Jackson. That's not even to mention a guy like a Joe Burrow. Like, some of the best quarterbacks in the league weren't even in the playoffs this year. And so he didn't have to really deal with a whole lot. And then in the AFC Championship game, I know the weather was bad, but he got to go up against a backup quarterback for the Denver Broncos and Jarrett Stidham. So he struggled yesterday. Soft.
Firm. We could be entering a new era, not going to be as long as the last one, but a new era where one conference lords over another conference.
Rats, I wrote the same thing. Wow. Could we be entering into another era of NFC dominance?
I believe that we are. If you look at where the best organizations seem to be run right now, the teams that are set up for long-term success, I mean, 3 of them play in the same doggone division. But the Eagles are still a thing.
Don't remind me.
The Eagles, boo.
With that front office.
Don't remind me about Howie Roseman.
I don't want to say that
Bill
I
Moose.
don't want to say the
and Jim
Bears.
Pillan.
I don't want to say the Bears have a competent organization, but at least they've seemingly turned a corner.
They are an organization.
But it just seems like there's a lot of questions right now about the viability of the AFC franchise. And man, how quickly things change. When it was just a few short years ago, it was like, man, look at all the quarterbacks. All the quarterbacks are in the AFC. And then what happens? A journeyman who was originally of the AFC wins a Super Bowl.
How about this too? Because I wrote the same thing down. Could we be entering into another era of NFC dominance? But how about this? So the Chiefs have had a lot of success, but all of their Super Bowl wins went down to the wire. Meanwhile, look at what Seattle did this year. Look at what Philadelphia did last year. And I have very little doubt that if the Rams would have made it this year, that it would have been more of the same story. When the Chiefs aren't in it, the AFC has lost. And even last year, the Chiefs lost.
Right, and the Chiefs are certainly in a state of flux right now.
Who knows what the heck's going on with them in the future? For sure.
I mean,
I do
I'm
wonder
not going to
that.
be foolish and say the Chiefs are dead.
No, that would be as silly as
They're just dying.
But
as
they
saying,
are.
don't hire Dana Altman.
But they no longer have. And believe me,
Pillan.
it takes a long time to get that aura. It doesn't take a long time to lose it.
Weird to hear John say aura.
Yeah, John knows about aura.
Aura is not a. Aura is a word. It's a word.
Soft. Any sort of think pieces coming out of the Super Bowl saying, this is the way to win a Super Bowl. Let's just find our own version of Sam Darnold. First of all, that erases that he has played at a pretty good level this year. He had turned the ball over a lot in the regular season. He did not in the playoffs. So that part annoys me. The other part is just build an incredible defense that is unlike anything we have seen in recent years, have a play calling head coach, which we have never seen before on the defensive side of the ball, and win the league. Yeah, just do that. it boils down, I think, football so often to it's like this essence that I still think I would rather have a great quarterback than not. I think it's much easier to win a Super Bowl with a great quarterback than like this because the margin of error is so much high or lower when you are building like Seattle. And like it makes it, in my opinion, actually more impressive that not only did they go 17-3, not only did they lose by a combined 9 points, but that they did it without, I think, a dude at quarterback. But that is not replicable. It takes incredible drafting. It takes an incredible coach. It takes an incredible scheme. It takes a lot of young guys on rookie deals or cheap contracts, and they've been able to do that. A lot harder to replicate this, though, in my opinion, than it is trying to do it the other way.
Well, I would say firm. The one constant is line play. Line play. That's how Philly dominated last year. That's how Seattle dominated yesterday. You can go a long way when you can dominate up front. And, not a lot of people talked about Seattle's offensive line. It was kind of one of the, nothing really stood out, but yet you got a running back voted most valuable player.
Yep.
They did a fairly decent job of protecting Darnold throughout the season. And, of course, we all know what their defensive line was able to do this year, but that's the one constant, right? The rest of it fills in, but it's hard to find many Super Bowl champions that didn't have very good to great line play.
Yeah.
That's the one constant. Everything else can kind of fit in from there, but I agree with you. You still want to have that franchise quarterback.
I have two more. They're not related to the Super Bowl. If you have anything else you'd like to do with the
let me
Super Bowl.
throw a couple in here. Soft. Super Bowl commercials now suck.
Dude, yes, it is all. So remember the Rams-Bengals Super Bowl? It was just a bunch of crypto garbage.
Yeah.
It was AI, but not even in like, hey, here's an AI company. All of the ads were seemingly made with AI. I'll be honest, I laughed at the Dunkin' Donuts one, but it also had that weird, what's it called, Nick, with the robots? It's strange when you see these faces and they all look way younger. Turing test type situations.
Oh, Uncanny Valley.
Uncanny Valley. It was very much an Uncanny Valley with those. I think Super Bowls, commercials, they have long stopped becoming relevant. But you know what I realized this weekend watching the game, John? Don't have to pay attention to them anymore. I realized that, and I was happier. I was like, because I was like, I got to put my phone down to watch the commercials. And I was like, nah, I'm good. I'll go let Banks out. I'll go grab some chips and dip.
I miss it because that used to be the thing.
I miss the Cowboys being good, but those days are over.
Well, but those are good things.
No.
It's the one thing. It's kind of nice to not be buried in your phone for once during the breaks. But yeah, they were. You know what it is? You know what it is to me?
What?
We're doing too many celebrity cameos.
I was just going to say we're going back in time.
We're just not being very funny or original. It's just like, hey, how many cheap pops can we get because we get another pop in from a celebrity?
Correct.
That's what the Dunkin' commercial was.
Nick just watched Mad Men. You remember that episode where they're talking about? I think it's the suitcase episode, and they're like, "Let's get Joe Namath," and he basically is ripping them because it's like, no, we don't need a celebrity. Like that is silly to just go straight into the celebrity. And so you're right. And that is, what's the line from The Sopranos? Remember when is the lowest
form of communication.
And that's what everything is now. Hey, remember the 90s? Hey, remember the 80s? Hey, remember the 2000s?
Yeah.
That's all the commercials are. There are like very few original ideas anymore.
No.
Like reading Bill Moose's book and making fun of it. That's original.
One more on the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Firm. Joe Montana does not give a blank.
Ooh, what did he do? I missed.
Well, did you watch the coin toss?
No, I missed it. What happened?
Okay, they introduced some of the former MVPs and Joe Montana, and it was Montana, Rice, and Peyton Manning were the honorary captains.
Very cool.
At the coin toss. And Joe Montana is wearing all black. It's a black long sleeve. It looks like a sweatshirt or t-shirt, black slacks. And he's like, everyone else wants to dress up. And Joe is like, I just want to go sit on my couch and watch this game.
Awesome. Good for him to be comfy.
He does not give a blank.
Well, he's one of the greats.
I have to admit, he was the OG. I can't stand that guy.
Hell yeah.
I had more hate pent up for that man than anyone else on earth.
But now you love him?
But
Bring back Joe Montana and the 1980s 49ers.
No,
says John.
no, never.
And then the 90s
Never.
Cowboys.
Never.
Oh, okay.
Never. But I do respect that he doesn't give a damn.
So I got two more firms for you. Firm, Bill Moose needs an editor. I actually wrote that before we started reading his book. 700 pages. What are we talking about here? Firm, you ready for this, John?
And it's spelled P-L-L-U-N. Pillin.
Pillun. You ready for this, John? Firm. This was the best regular season weekend of men's college basketball that I can remember. Because I watched a lot of it. I saw the game on Friday. I saw the games on Saturday. North Carolina beats Duke. They rush the floor. There's 0.4 seconds left. They rush the floor again. The Illinois-Michigan State game. Wild. What's his name? Was 1 for 15 or whatever for, the last couple of minutes. And then he knocked in a 3, and then he didn't take the other 3 like he should have. I couldn't believe it. My head was spinning with the amount of hoops that I watched. I said, basketball.
Wow.
Call me Jacob Badilla. Basketball.
Look at you.
Yep, there you go.
And there it is. We say rest in peace, firm and soft.
All right, so when it returns next year, let's find out what new name it has.
Well, again, it'll just kind of come up organically. It'll just kind of happen.
Speaking of body parts, I will say the tight end commercial about
That wasn't
prostate
bad.
exams, that one
That
made
wasn't
me
bad.
laugh.
That was pretty good.
I didn't realize that you don't have to get a finger anymore, that you can just get your blood drawn for the prostate. That's exciting news
Or
for
you
someone who is just about to have to go through that.
Or you can send your poop in a box.
I've heard about this. I'm about to be 40, so it's about time for checking the prostate season.
Check the prostate.
Got to find out what's going on up there.
God, that feels bad for the doctor.
Hopefully, no, he's going to be like, great ass. I'll say, thank you, doc.
Question, do you want your doctor to say great ass during a prostate exam?
I don't know why not.
The only problem with
Nice
Josh
and tight.
going to have a proctology exam is they're gonna make him throw up. Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I put the finger in the wrong spot.
What are you doing, doc? What are you doing, you freak? I'm looking forward to finding out that I'm okay.
Are you
Hopefully I
even
find
a
out-
real doctor?
Hopefully I find out that I am okay. By the way, update for you guys. I put in a hold on a specific book at the library because it has been purchased.
Oh, you're getting the sequel? I didn't know he had time to write a sequel.
That one's called Mine Other.
Mine Other. A young woman's journey from Milan to Minsk.
Another good reference.
It's the same reference.
Speaking of that, we'll have more excerpts
Yes.
from Bill Moose's book.
Pillan.
Crab Creek Chronicles, My Journey to the Grocery Store and Back.
Heck yeah, baby.
Next on 1620 The Zone. Time for another excerpt.
Oh, wow.
From
What are you going to call
Crab
it this
Cake
time?
Chronicles. A delicious appetizer before the main course.
All right, so I actually just saw this during the commercial break as I continue to skim through it. So he's.
I thought Midday Matt was skimming through this. Now you're doing your own skimming.
Yeah, no emails
You not
from
trust
Matt.
his skimming?
Well, he hasn't emailed in a while.
Oh, he's lax in his skimming.
So he talks about the Ohio or the start of the 2019 season. Ohio State's coming to town, and College Game Day is there.
Ohio State.
He gets a
is
call
coming
from
to
Ronnie
town.
Green.
Oh,
Ronnie Green. Why is
Green.
Ronnie calling? He was worried it might be about something
Drinking.
Surprisingly not about that. He was wondering. Oh, Matt literally just said, I just sent you one. Matt, I'm sorry I missed it. Here's what he said, though. This is Bill Moose. I had no idea what Ronnie was calling about. This is before Ohio State. Remember that.
In what year again?
This is 2019. So we are in mid-October is when this happened.
This is the College Game Day experience.
Yes, Nebraska's 3-1. They're coming off a crazy comeback win over Illinois, a loss to Colorado. Game number 1 in the Growing Kid Chronicles, by the way, if you're wondering. Chronicles, interesting word there, Bill. I had no idea what Ronnie was calling about, but I presumed it had something to do with my participation in the pregame brunch he hosted prior to every home game. I was wrong. Instead, he called to inform me that he had extended Scott's contract for another 2 years. Without input from his athletic director, who would not have supported the decision, he reverted the contract to its original 7-year term, guaranteeing the coach an additional $10 million in compensation. Nebraska lost 48-7 that day and went on to lose 5 of its next 7 games, finishing the 2019 season with a 5-7 record. It would be the school's best record during the Scott Frost era.
Oh, boy.
That's interesting.
Bill is definitely leaning in on the told you so.
That's wild. So here's the this is also news
because we assumed in the beginning when it happened, because I remember when we got the announcement.
That was not announced until the Wisconsin game.
So this was a few games later. So remember that night they get smoked by Ohio State in front of a national television audience. And then we find out a few weeks later.
So Ohio State, never mind. I was wrong. September 28th. Wisconsin was November 16th.
So it's almost 2 months later. It's almost 2 months later when it finally gets announced. And we remember in the moment saying, what is Bill Moose thinking? But Moose is saying, it wasn't my idea. It was our Greens. Does it seem to you that, I don't want to say he has a vendetta, but he certainly is taking extra glee in maybe taking a bit of the shine off of Ronnie Green and to a lesser extent, Mr. Bounds. And
I would
maybe
agree.
even former Regent Jim Pillan.
I would agree with you. That is the way that a lot of these sentences and paragraphs are reading. I mean, geez, how about that boom roasted?
I mean,
it
does
would
it
be the school's best record during the Scott Frost era.
It's really funny.
Again, we're only getting one side of the story, and it's Bill Moose's, and he's not here anymore. So he doesn't give 2 rips what people think of him anymore around here. But they always say that there's one side of the story, there's the other side of the story, and the truth lies somewhere in the middle. The truth in this case is we've always known, and we've known for a while, that Nebraska's had a lot of meddling folks in positions of power. And one of the biggest problems the athletic department has had in past years is not everyone pulling in the same direction.
Indeed.
Question for you guys.
And this seems to confirm, at least to some degree, that being the case.
Do you wish that Moose would have released some of this stuff before his tell-all book came out? Does it bother you that he waited until he could profit off of a book instead of trying to help fix the program?
I don't know. Surprise, no. That's the thing.
Yeah,
it's just
I mean,
he can't tell. I mean, what's he gonna do?
Yeah,
so, I don't believe.
Surprise is the wrong word, but bother more
No.
so. Because why not? If you have the things that could start to enact change, why would you just keep that in your back pocket until you could profit off of it? Why not enact the change?
Well, but
or get the ball rolling on it.
Keep in mind, I mean, Bill Moose wasn't there for much longer and then was gone.
Yeah, I'm mostly saying after he was gone. Like, why did it wait? He waited a long
Well, he
time.
waited so he could write a book about it, obviously. And there's no interest. I mean, Bill Moose of 2023, what interest does he have? Oh man, I'd really like to help out those Huskers, so I need to expose all this stuff. Well, also keep in mind that Ronnie Green is gone shortly after Moose.
Yeah.
And Hank Bounds is gone shortly after Moose. So a lot of the principles that he's talking about, the only one that still has any position of power in this state is Jim Pillan. And he's the governor.
Yeah, Sindelar says it takes a while to write a book.
No, I get that, but it didn't have to wait for the book is what I'm saying. Like if that stuff about Pillen would have come out, yeah, I mean, we kind of joked about it earlier, but that could have affected something.
Well, like when do you want it to come out though?
As soon as you if he's not if he's not working at Nebraska anymore, why wouldn't he just say, "Hey, these are things that are happening"? But instead, I'm going to wait until I could profit off of this to share it.
Well, I mean,
that is obviously a big reason why.
Yeah. And again, it's not going to affect any change. And what would be Bill Moose's motivation to affect that kind of change? He's gone. He's back on his ranch. He doesn't care.
Yeah. Exactly.
He's out of here. I mean, the stuff that we're exposing.
Yeah, Jordan says people would say it's just sour grapes.
Yeah, and this isn't the kind of stuff that takes down governments or anything. This is just talking about silly, stupid college athletics.
Mm-hmm.
It's not that big a deal in the grand scheme.
By the way, McMaster, the thing he emailed me was actually right before the excerpt I just read. During campus visits the previous winter, Hank Bounds, continued his practice of hosting recruits at his home. This undoubtedly caused consternation in the Green household, as Ronnie's wife, known to all as Husker Jane, was rumored to be miffed that their house didn't serve as that venue.
Did Theo write this book? That sounds like a Theo sentence.
See, that's just total drama.
Did you hear about Husker Jane being miffed?
Good call, Mike. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Kyle wants to know, didn't Moose have an NDA so he couldn't get his fully buyout?
He might have.
Maybe, yeah, but I have to imagine that would have held true for years or forever, maybe even, that he couldn't write this book.
I forget, what is old R. Green doing these days?
I do not remember either. That's a good question.
What did he?
God, I'm dying. It would be the school's best record during the Scott Frost era.
Was Green spelled right?
Roasted. Green was spelled correctly. Good question, Nick.
Good to know.
Good question, Nick.
He retired. What is he doing now? I don't know. It's a good question. Ronnie Green.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
God, the Pillen spelling, it just always shows up. Pillan. How did you miss this? How do you Pillan the whole time?
Well, maybe this is 3D chess.
It's like
he can't sue me for libel if I spell his name wrong.
Amazing.
No, I was talking about Jim Pillan.
You don't know him. He goes to Canada.
You know Jim Pillan. Oh, man. So funny.
All right. Michael Severe Monday coming up.
Let's go.
I want to talk a little running back room with him.
Oh, no.
And I'm sure he enjoyed that Super Bowl as much as the rest of us.
Oh, boy.
Also, there was something about Drake May yesterday that we have not discussed yet.
Uh-huh.
And it involves the gambling side of things.
Okay.
Plus.
Wow, you're just teasing a million things.
Speaking of people who aren't afraid to rock the boat, we might have to give a tip of the cap to Jordan.
Oh, wow.
On 1620 The Zone.
no, I don't like that Severe guy.
Hey, everybody, it's Michael Severe. If the first word is hash brown, you guys can add patty or something Latin if you want. It's still a hash brown. I remember the first thing I thought walking out of there was, okay, we're back. You just got to go in the back. I'm sorry. This cat, now he had a good freshman year. He sucked last year. Why is it surprised that he went through a struggle this year?
Michael already brings the color.
I don't care about Fat Luca. I don't care about street clothes Anthony Davis. You both can go to hell.
Michael's black.
It is Michael Severe Monday. And more excerpts to come from the Bill Moose book. So, Michael, you have probably been doing other things, but we have a copy of the Bill Moose book.
Nice.
And we are enjoying some of the excerpts from said book.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And we'll share one here in a moment, but we all remember in the COVID year how Nebraska famously could have gone to a bowl game, but decided not to.
Yes.
Well, Bill is about to tell us a story that they may have wanted to cut that season short by one more game.
Yeah, and real quick, Michael, who was the Garrett that was involved with the staff in 2020?
Garrett Classy, right?
That's who it was, Garrett Classy. Thank you. All right, so here's what Moose wrote. Per the agreed-upon plan for that season, each team was to play 8 scheduled games, followed by a to-be-determined 9th game from the opposite division based on their records. As it turned out,
champions.
We were assigned to play at Rutgers. Less than an hour after that was announced, Garrett was in my office. Scott doesn't want to play the Rutgers game, says his guys are tired and they're ready for the season to be over. Here's what Moose responded with. Yeah, BS, I screamed. It isn't over. I busted my ass to get them an effing football schedule, and they're going to, by God, finish it. Get them up here. They, of course, go on to play the Rutgers game and win.
They did win that game.
They did win that game. People
famously, the game that Sean Callahan left the car running the whole time.
Oh,
that's right. He did.
He left the rental truck running the entire game, and even though it was New Jersey, it didn't get stolen.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Wow. Oh, man.
I mean, assuming that's true, and again, we're getting it all from one side of side and not the other. Honestly, it doesn't surprise me.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Frost wanted to give up on a lot of things around here.
Yeah, and now it was the players didn't. I mean, it was the players that didn't want to play the game, right? The bowl game. So I wouldn't be surprised if the players didn't want to play the game against Rutgers either. They didn't want to play the bowl game. We know the senior captains voted against playing the bowl game.
But
we know the names of the senior captains.
I thought, am I wrong, Michael? Defense. I thought it was offense, defense. Yeah,
it was defense. Yeah, but it was all seniors that voted against it from their leadership group. But it was all the seniors from the defense. Yeah. Offense. The offensive, it was offense, excuse me, because the two main guys are offensive linemen. That didn't work.
And then they would have given up another win. So what would the record have been that year?
If they would have won the bowl game too?
No, if they skipped the Rutgers game.
2-5.
2-5.
Yeah.
All right. Amazing.
Yeah.
As we get the Grum started, if you missed it earlier, we made the very special announcement because he meant so much to this radio station.
Oh, yes, this is great.
Oh, yeah.
Bob Bruce.
That Bob Bruce is elected to the Nebraska Broadcasters Hall of Fame. No, again, a very esteemed honor for our colleague, Kevin Kugler, old man Kevin, because they only put old men in the Hall of Fame.
or if they anticipate you not being around much longer.
Oh, that's true too. I mean, knowing him, as many Nebraska basketball fans as Kevin has made mad over the last
exactly.
week. It's very possible they just want to get this, want to make sure he gets in so he can be around to recognize it. But Michael, as people in this room who obviously Kevin will have to thank as part of his career, we say, you're welcome, Kevin. You're welcome.
I have no idea what my life would have been like if I didn't decide to go in for that 1 hour tryout in 2004 with Kevin. I really don't know. Cause I mean, at that point we were planning to stay here for 3 years. Right. And so I got here in 2002 and the contract was coming up and we were planning on leaving. I was going to go someplace in TV and be leaving. And of course got pregnant with Miles after we got married and we got pregnant with Miles in 2005. And at that point, we were trying to decide what we were going to do. And I'd worked for radio for about a year at that point. I was making, kind of 2 salaries and it was going well. And so ended up staying. But if it was just TV, I'm sure I would have left. I wouldn't have stayed here in Nebraska. So I have no idea what my life would have been like if it wouldn't have been for Kevin Kugler agreeing probably because of exhaustion of being for 6 months working by himself, choosing to make me his partner.
Wow.
It is amazing how it works sometimes. I mean, that's kind of how I
Yes.
settled on Josh. It was just like, just need somebody at this point,
Yeah, exactly. I know. Yeah.
First can't do this forever. And
now you can't get rid of me. I'm still here annoying you to no end.
For many years.
Yes. Yeah. So you never know the way your life's going to go. And I've been in Nebraska now for 24 years.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Are you going to go to the Hall of Fame dinner?
Am I allowed to go to the Hall of Fame dinner? He usually, like, the last time I went was when Neil went. When Neil went in, I went for that one.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure we'll do another show there if they'll let us.
Definitely.
Yeah, that's right.
I don't think we made too much noise the last time.
No, you guys were good. It was over so early compared to when the thing got started. I am hoping, since there is a younger group of people, that maybe the stories and speeches won't be as long, because they don't have as much to talk about as the people that we had when I was there last time.
I mean,
that's true. It was a lot of older people.
There's a lot of older. They had a lot to talk about.
Let me go back to 50, and then we'll just go year by year.
Exactly. Yes, when I was 6 years old.
Uh-huh.
So you have been in the room before when Amon Green has given a speech.
Oh, no, I've not.
You've not? Oh, my. Amon,
awesome?
when he got into the Omaha Sports Commission Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
So they have a limit now for like 3 minutes, and they have a clock. Back then, they didn't have a limit. And they basically cut him off. He hadn't gotten out of high school yet in his stories.
Oh, my God.
He hadn't even gotten to college yet.
He haven't gotten to the good stuff yet.
I know. So the stories about living in Los Angeles and moving here from Los Angeles, and it went on for quite a while. It was at least 20 minutes. Yeah, and so nobody tells a story quite like Amon does.
Interesting.
Guess. Goodness.
Well, maybe Kevin can challenge him on that.
They have a limit now to talking time. They have a limit.
Well, as adult-minded as he gets, who knows where he may end up going. You know what? The whole speech might be just the greatest games in unsportsmanlike conduct history.
Oh, that'd be good.
Or bits.
That'd be pretty cool.
Like Bo at home.
Oh, that'd
Mangini math. Mangini math. Yep.
Name that meat.
Or maybe he and Michael can reenact the Federation of Food versus the Galactic Empire of Food.
That argument.
Excellent ideas.
Which killed an entire hour, I believe, one day.
Michael, scale of 1 to 10, your enjoyment of the Super Bowl.
0.
Nice. 0. No, 1 to 10. 1 is
0. 2 zeros together equals 0. No, yep. I told you guys this was so. I've been thinking about this a lot. I started watching football. Essentially, the first game I remember watching was 1974. Was Cowboys coming back against the then Redskins on Thanksgiving Day, sitting in a house in Westchester, Pennsylvania is where I was sitting. I had just left New Orleans. My dad had taken me up there. I remember sitting in the house because it was all Steelers fans, and they were just going back and forth with it. It was an incredible comeback, obviously. I really started truly watching football, a lot of games in 77. Knew that year Denver, I knew that the Super Bowl was going to be in New Orleans, the Superdome. The first one there, and Denver and Dallas eventually got to that point. And so I really remember watching it there. I could only come up with about 4 seasons of NFL football that were worse, in my opinion, than these.
Really?
Which combines the Saints and their agony, the overall play and feel of the season, and then the way it ended with the Super Bowl champion. And it's hard to find more than about 3 or 4 of them that were, for me personally, as bad. It's difficult for me to shift and move on to the draft, which I normally do that easily, shifting over to the draft. But now I'm just like, I didn't listen to any radio, did the whole thing. I saved podcasts from last week that I would listen to this week, knowing that no matter who won, I wouldn't want to listen to anything about the Super Bowl. So that's where I am.
What was it about the play?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Of the game?
Just
two. I mean, mediocre. You don't get 2 mediocre quarterbacks playing.
No.
In general,
the
whole season.
Yeah.
Well, I think part of it is when you have offense that's not as good overall or smooth. That's a big thing. And when you don't know who the best team is, I mean, we could have gone since from week 2 to 6 was one team, and from 6 to 8 was another team, and you thought maybe the Rams were the best team, like the Broncos the best team. When's Baltimore going to go on there? And it was like just bad football. It was a lot of bad football there was several Sundays where we had entire blocks of football that were bad. You had a couple of weeks where you had some great endings, and that always happens when you have 200 and whatever amount of games they have now. They've added the 17th week. You're going to hit some good games. But I thought overall the season was math from that commercial on Sunday with the commercials that were also meh for the most part. And so it wasn't very satisfying for the most part. That the playoffs, outside of a couple of games, were pretty boring. And then the Super Bowl, it was that Rams-Patriots game all over again where one of those teams probably shouldn't have been there. And, of course, it was the Patriots or the Rams the year you went there and couldn't score against the Patriots. You shouldn't have been there that year. And it was one of those games where you didn't get the two best teams or the two best teams that could have given you a better game. So, come on, man. You scored 3 points. And luckily to get 3 points.
Michael, do you think that
I will not
bad team, bro? You should have been there.
Bad team, my ass.
So
They were good.
You scored 3 points. 3.
Usually,
It's
Michael,
Belichick.
when we have
Jared Goff.
when we have a season like
Jared
this, there is always like a let's fix it. Let's try to get more offense. Is there a rule or a change you think that the NFL will sneakily do this offseason?
No, your issue is your quarterback play outside of the top group of guys. That's your problem. When you have a guy, and I know he had a shoulder that was bothering him, when you can't make throws, simple throws, when you can't make So when we were kids, I don't know if you guys played this game, we had that game, it was a baseball game, where you had to throw the ball to each other and you got points from where you caught the ball. If it was right here, it was 3 points. It was up here, it was 2 points. It was down here, it was 1 point. He couldn't play catch. He threw 3 balls behind guys that should have been first downs to advance drives, and he couldn't literally play catch. And maybe that was because of his shoulder or whatever else. But when you have quarterbacks like that, and look out through the league, they're all over the place. Sure. I mean, Tyler Shuck is considered this revelation for the Saints. He was okay. I watched him play. Every play he played, I watched him play. Yeah. And he was okay. But he was this revelation, Baker Mayfield dropped off from where he was 2 years ago because of injury. You can just go team by team. The Raiders may have had the worst quarterback situation in the history of football, and Cleveland played this year too, which was as bad.
Right.
So we just had some really bad bottom half of the teams, which I'd say has been happening more and more as we begin closer to guys leaving, with Brady leaving and Manning leaving and all those guys Breeze leaving. And we haven't necessarily replaced those guys with really skilled players at the quarterback position.
You mentioning Drake May and his shoulder. I saw Florio, who's always getting to a good conspiracy theory, was wondering why wasn't he on the injury report?
He was.
He was apparently taken
early in the week, last week when they.
But by Thursday,
by game time, they said he was fine.
Yeah. He was fine.
Even though they shot it up.
But it sounds like they shot him up before the game as someone who occasionally likes to invest in a game.
Yeah, gambling wise, it was a mistake, but not having him on there because I think you can't do that. That's why it's there. That's why the injury report's there. It's there to assist the people who are wagering on the games to know everything that's happening with it and to have to shoot up a shoulder. Now, it's one thing if you're shooting up his left shoulder. If you shoot up the shoulder that throws the football, that's probably an issue.
Michael, after championships, everyone wants to find a grand lesson. There are going to be a million think pieces between today and September 10th when the next season begins about how Seattle built their franchise and what, other franchises should take away to apply. What is a lesson like that you think is applicable from what Seattle did this year that we could apply to whether it's 26 or beyond?
Well, the one thing they did that no team has ever done in the history of football is have a defensive play caller win a Super Bowl. So maybe we get to the point where you start considering having defensive play callers as your head coaches again. The idea of having a young guy is not new. I mean, you've had so many of those come along in the last 15 years, start going back to Tomlin and then going from there. John Snyder's built 2 of these. He's done it twice now. And how he's done it is the draft. He's made significant trades. The trade for Russell Wilson. So there was New York, United States, and the Indians, right? You had that trade, which was for some strings and stuff for an entire. You had the Lewis and Clark deal where you got all the Louisiana purchase for which was valued at like 10 cents every 1,000 acres. Anyway, so those are great deals. This is right there to get 4 really legitimate picks for a Russell Wilson who was done.
Who immediately fell off a cliff.
Yeah, and he was already off the cliff. He was already showing and
he'd
slowing
already
down.
fallen.
Yes, he'd already fallen, and he couldn't get up when he got to Denver, and obviously he couldn't get up with the Giants either. So, he's done a great job. He did a great job of building through the draft. And when you hit, I always think about the Saints going back to like 2017. When you hit on 3 or 4 of your top picks, if you hit on 5 of your picks, it's probably going to be enough if you have a quarterback to win games, and that's what they did. And so we know that building through the draft is effective, going out and cherry picking some free agents, understandable as well. But more than anything else, they got a guy who came in and laid down the law, the discipline. What was the first thing he said when he walked in the room? And he's like, we're going to play for each other. There's not going to be any selfishness in this team. You're going to do what we tell you or you're out of here.
Mm-hmm.
And so, having a disciplinarian, having a young coach that's got some good ideas and put a great defense together and drafting well, and have a general manager willing to take some chances in the trade room too. And during the draft day too, making trades in the second and third day. That's what I guess we take away from this year. And I mean, they played a team that played the softest schedule since 1971. I mean, you played against. You also didn't have the Denver Broncos with their starting quarterback. So Denver doesn't go there. You end up having New England there. I mean, there's a lot of reasons why they won. Congratulations to them, but this won't go down. This won't go down as a legendary Super Bowl champion, I don't think, unless they could somehow go back and repeat it.
On that point, both of us, Josh and I, think this could be the start. I mean, it's probably already started with the Eagles and what they did last year. But when you look at how the teams and the organizations are set up, that we might be entering into another period where the NFC dominates this game for a few years.
Possibly, but I mean, Denver's going to be healthy. Bo Nix is going to get healthy. They're still going to have a really good defense. Peyton's going to win games. I mean, he wins games. I still think that Buffalo next year could challenge again. I think Jacksonville is on the verge of being a really, really good team, and they have picks too. They have some picks to go out and get some stuff. Now, after that, do I really believe in New England? Well, they got a coach that knows usually what he's doing, and they do have a young quarterback who played well. I wouldn't be surprised if a healthy Herbert, didn't give you some good play, there as well. So, I mean, there's potential. I think every time we think that a conference has taken over, something crazy happens, and we get a Super Bowl where it kind of flips. And so that could happen again. I think when you watch the season overall, it's tough when you get a first-place schedule. And so when you get that first-place schedule, it's usually the biggest reason why teams don't repeat, because you have to go through a gauntlet. Even look at what happened to Detroit. Detroit went through that gauntlet and then had the injuries on top of it. And by the time they got to the end of the season, they were a dead team walking. So that's one of the things that takes away too. So I don't know. I mean, there's a chance that could be the case. But 2 years ago, Washington, the Commanders looked really good and like they were in a good position. And now where are they? Yeah. You got a quarterback who can't stay healthy. You got a team that's in kind of turmoil a little bit. So I don't know. Seattle could be a mess by week 5 of next year. The NFL is strange, man.
It is pretty crazy, Michael. Like if you would have said before the season, the champion is going to be a quarterback who has not yet made it to the Super Bowl, people would have thought, okay, so that means it's probably going to be Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson. Maybe they throw like a Jordan Love in there. Never would have considered a Sam Darnold. And then obviously Drake May wins it last night. That was his first Super Bowl as well. Yeah.
Maybe Herbert might have gotten mentioned as well in that group. Yeah. Maybe Lawrence gets mentioned with Jacksonville as the season was going along and they started playing well. Darnold is a great example. Darnold, this essentially is that Baltimore Ravens team, right? It's the Baltimore Ravens team that could run the ball. Mm-hmm. Jamal Lewis was the running back for that team, I believe. They had a great defense. It felt like when you watch that Baltimore team, that they had 13 guys on the field at all times. That's what it felt like last night. And they had a quarterback that had been a journeyman and made some good throws and limited his turnovers in the playoffs and went on a run. The example they gave last night was the Flacco team. And what they did in the run that he went on and the dynamic run he went on in the playoffs, of course, that bomb that he threw to beat the Broncos. So, yeah, you sometimes lightning in a bottle, and that's what Darnold gave them. Will Darnold be the same quarterback next year? I don't know. He hasn't proven that he can have consistency in his career. So, again, that's another reason why they could actually take a step back.
Well, we're starting to get the previews now for the spring, and everyone's kind of in the same boat, and both Husker Extra and online did the running back room. And we've had this conversation about the running back room, but this is an area where we kind of differ. You feel like, they've got some pieces in that running back room. I'm curious when it comes to this and how they decided to go about what they did in the portal or what they didn't do in the portal. How much of this maybe is a nod to the fact that they now have a running quarterback and we're going to start to see a bit more of a shift, not a dramatic shift, but certainly a shift to to where you're going to expect some rushing yards from the quarterback position?
Let me first say that the number one thing they should have done is went into the portal and got a running back, a proven running back, whether it be at the Division II level, at the NAI, I don't care. A running back that had proven himself over the course of 12, 13, 14 games. That's the first thing. When they didn't find the person they wanted, right? My thing is, I don't know how good the room can be because I've seen too many times running backs go from being, well, I don't believe that guy can be a really good running back or have a lot of success, to having success. It's a really weird position. It's either one or the other. Either the guy is really good right away, or by his junior or senior year, all of a sudden you're like, wow, this guy is much better than I ever thought because he got bigger and stronger and learned how to run the ball. So that's the second part of it. Now, anytime you bring a running quarterback in, you're going to add probably 1 to 1.5 yards to your starting running back's average carry. You just are. You watch it in the NFL, whether it's a Lamar Jackson when he was healthy, or go back to college and watch a team, especially when it's a team that doesn't normally have a running quarterback, like Michigan, right? Look what happened in Michigan. Nobody's saying that Bryce Underwood had a huge year, but look what the running backs did behind him. And the big reason was because he presented a threat to run the ball. You're all of a sudden 11 on 11, and you make one guy miss as Justice Haynes, or the fifth string running back for them, make one guy miss, and all of a sudden you've gone for 30, 40 yards. So yes, that's going to help them a lot. It just naturally always do. All I think about when I think about the running back room is, can EJ Barthel take what he did with Emmett Johnson and whatever he did with Emmett Johnson and give that same pill, drink, whatever to the running backs there in the room? And maybe even Jamal Rule is one of those guys too. That's going to be taking the special serum. But in general, would I grade it above a C+ at this point? No, you just can't.
Do you think, Michael, internally that they could leave spring football knowing who the number one is, or is this something that you think is going to go deep into?
No, I think they have a number one right now. I think they believe that Mekhi Nelson.
They know who they're going.
Yeah, Mekhi. There's no doubt. Mekhi Nelson is their number one guy. Yeah. I know that Barthel likes him. You can watch the way they worked in practice. The few times that we went to go watch practice, actually, Coach Rule talks about him all the time, how much he likes him. So I think that's their number one for sure. I don't think that anybody in that room is going to have carry the load like Emmett did. I mean, that you can't expect that from anybody.
No,
it happened with him. That's one. It's not going to happen, much for any team. Even look throughout college football. The reason why Nebraska was rated the way they were as a team running the ball was because they only had the one guy. All these other teams that had good guys also had other people behind them. And so that helped obviously bring up the average and overall rushing yards for the game. I think they think that it's going to be him. I think they like Mosey, but I think Mosey's got a lot to prove in terms of being a running back. And I say that over and over again. I think he's got a lot of potential. And Jamal Rule is built unlike any other running back they've had for a while. This is a guy who is long and lean. He looks more like a wide receiver. And if you take with the example that Clemson did, Clemson moved their wide receiver to running back. And everybody was like, well, he's too long. He's going to take a lot of big shots. Ended up having a great year. Went to a bowl game, an all-star game, shined in practice, shined in the game. And now he went from being a guy that nobody thought was going to get drafted to maybe could be as high as a second or third round pick. So they got to hope that Mosey does the same thing as what Clemson did with their guy they moved from wide receiver.
I would ask you about the mock drafts, but you apparently aren't as interested anymore in the mock drafts.
No, I'm interested. It's the whole season has been discussed. Look, in general, I'm in a bad place right now. I'm dealing with getting ready for the gala, so it takes so much of my time.
Oh,
right?
That's true.
There's the stress of that.
Yeah.
Because, in the end, as my son said, I'm like Santa Claus. I'm working all year for one day, right? And so if that day doesn't go well, then it's not a good thing. And so it's very stressful. It's a tough time in the economy for a lot of people. And going and spending the money to buy a table and do all of that, it's not as easy as it was, say, 10 years ago, even 5 years ago. So that makes you a little bit stressed out. And then I didn't like the Super Bowl or the team that won it. And so that kind of sucks as well. But I will tell you that I do like this draft class. It's different. Obviously, it doesn't have a lot of quarterbacks. It's not as strong of a wide receiver draft as it was 3 years ago.
Right.
Last 2 years going back to back, not having great wide receiver drafts. But rush ends, offensive linemen, both guard and tackle, even linebackers, a spot we haven't seen in a long time to be really dominant, is pretty loaded. And as much as the tight end draft isn't as deep, the top 5 or 6 guys are dynamic players, And so I I'm excited about the draft. It's just not. It probably won't do great ratings because you don't have quarterbacks at the top of it. Those are the ones that do the great ratings, unless there's a bunch of trades. And if I'm the Raiders, as much as I like Fernando Mendoza, I know what I need. I probably, if somebody comes with a blockbuster trade, I make it. As much as I like Mendoza.
Really?
You look at next year and the year after it, you do have some potential to have that quarterbacks that'll probably be rated higher than he is at this point. And so if you're going to play the long game and you really want to win, that offensive line's got to be rebuilt. If you're going to say we're going to run the ball with Genty, you have to have an offensive line to do it. They don't have that. So you got to get that. Their defense was mediocre, and they may lose their best part of their defense to free agency or a trade. So they've got a lot to do. If somebody comes to me with a blockbuster trade and I'm the Raiders, I'd probably take it and give me a free agent quarterback.
But couldn't the Raiders use, because it sounds like Max Crosby wants completely out of this organization.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense.
That could be the trade that you could build the picks and still keep your number one pick.
I want more than that even. You're not going to get 2 first-round picks for Max Crosby, I don't believe. Right? I mean, there's a limited amount of guys. Joey Galloway brought 2 first-round picks.
Well, and see, it's because Parsons just got 2, and so that's where they're gonna the comparison.
Well, what's Parsons? Okay, Parsons age-wise, he's younger, right?
He's younger than Max Crosby.
Yeah, and at no point in his career that I know of did he have to go through rehab to be a reclamation project coming off of drugs, right?
True.
So I don't believe Parsons had to do that. So there's a lot more liability when you talk about a guy like Max Crosby. I'm glad his life is cleaned up, but you still got to add that in there. I know that there'll be a team out there that wants a quarterback bad enough that'd be willing to give up a whole lot, maybe some players and lots of picks. And I would say to the Raiders, go out and get your free agent quarterback and build through the draft, especially on the defensive and offensive lines. And then next year, when you're still in the top 5 picking, take one of the quarterbacks coming out next year. That's what I would do.
Do you like the Kubiak pick?
I do. The limited amount of time that I've watched him, he's had moments where his offenses really looked good. First 2 games of the season for the Saints a couple years ago. Remember that? Remember how they came out and just was crazy? That's him.
All of a sudden, they're good again.
Yeah, play action pass game. A lot of that, high percentage of that, relies on the run game, especially late in games. So, yeah, I kind of like it. I mean, anytime you get a first-time coach, you never know what you're going to get. But just based off of the little bit I saw of him and what he did in play calling wise, I think he did pretty well.
Michael, away from the NFL, what did you think of NDSU, the news that they're coming to the FBS and going to the Mountain West?
I think that's crazy. I used to always mess with Damon about this. I'm like, DB, you could have gone to North Carolina and been number 1. You could have been the guy, right? But you came to Nebraska to be among 4 or 5 guys, but you win championships.
Mm-hmm.
The question is, do you go to a place like FBS and have to deal with everything you got to deal with to try to be really good, or do you stay where you are winning multiple championships?
Keep winning championships.
I know. And so I'm sure that they have enough talent right now to where at least their first year, they'll probably look capable. But I don't know if that's something they can maintain, being the limited amount of recruiting that they have there. You know, talking about Nebraska not having a lot of players. I mean, you don't have a ton of players there. So I don't know how you can compete, if you can compete even in that, whatever that new Mountain West is going to look like. I don't even know who's in the new Mountain West. Who's in the new Mountain West?
Well, it's interesting you mentioned that. I've got the graphic right here. I'll have to look. There's the tiny baby logo.
So you got Air Force, Hawaii, Nevada,
yep.
New Mexico, NDSU, NIU. Okay. San Jose, UNLV, UTEP, and the Wyoming Cowboys. I guess they can compete there initially. Sure. Why not?
Compete there, but I mean,
yeah. You know what's great about that conference, though? You've got option based here. You've got run and shoot here. You've got NIU that runs the ball like crazy, more than almost any team you know of. UNLV has got a spread offense they run. I don't know what they're going to do with quarterback changes there, but yeah, that's an interesting conference with a lot of different offenses.
Ego aside, I mean, you hope that these decisions are being made for the right reasons. I'm curious how the money is going to work out.
Because they paid so much to go get your butt kicked.
Right. They're paying a lot to get out, but what are they getting out of it? And remember, this is only for football, so they're not moving the rest of their sports up.
Right.
But you would think that, there's a little bit of extra money in all of this. I know the Mountain West has got new media deals, and I don't know how big and how lucrative they are, but I would hope that they've done their due diligence and realize hey, yeah, we're going to take a hit. We're not going to win the championships that we won back in the day, but it's going to be good for the bottom line. I just don't know if that's the case.
Michael, is it worth it if they make it to the college football playoff?
One time.
Yeah, one time.
Yeah. If they make it one time in football in the next 5 years, it's definitely, even if they win the New Mountain West, which comes with it, donors are going to want to give more money. You're going to go to a really good bowl game, all that stuff. That's all good too. The concern is you make that move. I mean, Kennesaw State is the last one I can remember that made the move. You come over and you've got such a challenge to go from the amount of students you had under scholarship at that level to what you have to have now, especially with the way the money is going to players who are getting paid. You also had the benefit in DSU of somebody flaming out in the FBS level because of trouble or whatever else, and then going down there and playing. You kind of lose that benefit too. It's going to be a challenge, but they've had an incredible program. And I remember when Sam Houston State made the move, and they made it basically a year and a half after they won the spring national championship for 1AA. And they've struggled mightily once they lost their coach because they played well early. They got their coach taken from them, and they sucked the last 2 years. So, I mean, it doesn't take much to go from being really good to being really bad.
I wanted to highlight this because it is the troll of the week. Of course, last week, all of the talk was Bill Belichick not getting elected first ballot into the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
We all know Bob Kraft was also on the ballot. He eventually didn't get in. But did you see this? Now, you probably didn't because it involved college basketball. But at the Duke-Carolina game,
I watched
Bill
it.
Belichick and the future Mrs. Belichick show up. And Jordan Hudson, future Mrs. Belichick, is wearing the Orchids of Eden shirt. This is the business.
Yikes.
This is the massage parlor that in 2019, prior to the AFC Championship game, Bob Kraft went to get a massage, if you will. And this is the T-shirt she is wearing in public at the Carolina Duke game. This is full job 1A.
Know if you know this about me, but I am for Petty. Not Richard Petty, not Kyle Petty,
not Tom Petty,
not Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers. I am all about. I love songs that address Petty. I love the one where the woman's doing a damage to his 4x4 truck. I like the Petty, and so I love this. I know people are like, well, you can't go out and whatever, dude. Bob Kraft made a 27-part documentary. I'm exaggerating. All saying that he was the reason they won championships and not Bill Belichick.
Yep.
He outwardly campaigned against Bill Belichick getting a job in the NFL. F Bob Kraft. If I'm Bill Belichick and my girl, and trust me, I have a wife from South Omaha. You don't think if somebody screwed me over like that, she wouldn't be doing something? All right? She's taking no crap. So I got no problem with it at all. Give me all the Petty. Get back at the guy who has been dogging you. The guy you brought 6 championships to his organization. You brought him countless money, all that, and he hates on you like that. Everything is there's nothing that is off limits when it comes to those two guys and being Petty.
And of all weeks to do so too, just with everything that happened.
Well,
with
it's Duke Carolina. Come on,
yes,
you're supposed to be wearing your Tar Heel blue, right?
Yeah, great finish, incredible game. Duke lost. That made that awesome. Speaking of comebacks, I have never, and I've been listening to John Bishop do games for a long time. I have never heard John as defeated as he was.
Yes.
At the end of that, so it's 3 minutes and 20 seconds left. We're in the parking lot picking up my kid, picking up from over at UNO, and we're in the parking lot, and it's a 6-0 run for Creighton, and then a 6-0 run right back. They're down 10. There's 3:20 left, and as John said 6 different times, and remember they're in the bonus now, so if you follow them, they got to go to line for 2. And he was done. It's over. I've never heard you like that before. You were so defeated.
But I never said it was over.
You essentially intimated in every way possible that there was no chance. It was done.
Jinx worked.
It was done. You weren't going for no jinx. You were depressed.
Well, You're
like, this is over. This season is done.
I didn't say the season's done.
No, I'm saying if they lose, you knew that it's bad. But you can't lose that game.
Bad.
Hey, dude, they could still win it out. win a couple games in the Big East tournament. There's always that in the back of your head. I listen to a couple of Jay's podcasts. I know there's ways, right?
Oh,
you can always find a ways.
Games in New York City.
Yeah,
that's how they make the tournament.
Yeah, I know.
It was. I mean, because there was a point they got it back to 4 outside of the 4-minute mark, and I'm like, okay, they're making a run here.
Yeah.
But in the back of my head, I'm like, damn it, that Bud Clark's going to do something, and that dude is pretty good. You know, he's triggered the rally, and that's when it felt like, all right, you worked your ass off to get to that point. Right. Now it's back. Now you've lost all the momentum. It felt like it was,
yeah.
And then to be down 9 with 95 seconds left and still win the game. That again, that's why there was a little bit extra oomph to the end of the game call, because it was shocking.
How many times did you say Jays win? I lost count at 7.
7. It was 7.
It was 7. Okay, good. So that was I didn't have to count right.
That's a new personal record.
Yeah, that was pretty crazy.
It was fun.
Before you guys let me go, one more thing I was thinking about. So I still love message boards. I like going on there and reading occasionally because people are nuts. You know, I like going and reading them. And the people trying to excuse the half measures that Coach Rule is doing in terms of his special teams coach, just because Iowa, they elevated an analyst, right? They elevated an analyst who's been a special teams coordinator at multiple other places. They elevated a special teams coordinator in a program that special teams is intrinsic to what you do. It is a base of the pillars of your excellence, right?
Oh, by the way, the head coach is the same guy.
Versus we can count on one hand and not use all our fingers the amount of times Nebraska has been good in the last 20 years of special teams. And to say, well, you know what? They did it. Listen, I hope it works out with Brett. Like I said on Twitter, good luck. I hope it works out. But this is not the way you do it. It's not. It's just you're taking a huge chance to take somebody that inexperienced without any experience as a special teams coordinator and attempt to replace a guy who is one of the top 5 special teams coordinators in all of the country. That's a crazy way to do it. And as John knows, it is a half measure, and usually a half measure bites you in your ass.
No half measures,
No
Walter.
half measures, Walter.
No half measures.
I mean, you know, George Patton had some great strategies.
Sure.
But part of what made George Patton successful was it was George Patton leading the way.
Exactly. That's why when you start debating, you know, whether or not it's Indiana's assistant coaches and the coordinators, you have to weigh it, right? I've been working with Dave Bartu trying to figure out a way to weigh this kind of thing.
Yeah.
When you have a guy who you know it's because of Cignetti, how much can you value what his coordinators are doing? Yes, they're getting great grades, but how much is it because of the guy they're working under? You know, they almost have to leave and go someplace else and show that they're good. Well, I believe Mike Eckler has shown in multiple stops that he's really good.
Correct.
And now you just went out and got a guy who's got no experience at it and stuck him in there and said, let's still be good at a place we haven't been good at in a very long time, except for 1 year. And then one time in 2014. You know?
But he left the teaching curriculum behind. It's all right there. It's in the blueprint. Just open the book.
Yeah, look, you can give me a book, right? A calculus book, and ask me to go teach somebody. I can have the book. It's not going to be good. They're not going to learn a damn thing. I know that because of COVID, and my son was going through honors geometry, and I went to summer school for geometry, so I wasn't much help.
Yeah, no, I get it.
So, yeah, that's just crazy to think about that. That's the choice you make when you're on the verge of your 4th season and everybody already thinks nothing's going to work.
All right, well, Michael, you and I can fight for the honor of giving Kevin's induction speech for him because you know he'll be.
I can't. I'm doing the eulogy. I have the eulogy.
You're doing
I have the eulogy down the road. So I've already written
down
half
the
that
road.
damn
Meaning what? 2 months from now?
I've already written half the damn eulogy.
Is
So
that a threat? Are you murdering Kevin after the final?
No,
four?
again, I think it's just
You're
Nebraska.
not watching the Masters this year.
I just think it's Nebraska basketball fans are like, I'm tired of you cheering against my team. How come we always lose when you're on the call, even though our team is winning?
Well, get ready. He's on the call tomorrow.
Yes, he is.
Bill
Purdue. With Raftery, yep.
Go,
It's gonna be awesome. And hey, if you haven't had a chance, let me give a little plug here. If you haven't had a chance to listen to Schaefer's Unemployed episode with Kevin, go and listen. That thing is incredible. They cover everything. Yeah. I'm surprised Kevin stayed. It went a little long. I thought Kevin was just gonna walk out on him, but it's excellent. It's got a lot of good stuff in there. So
couldn't agree more.
Check it out.
Yeah.
All right, Michael. Thank you.
Bye, Michael.
All right, see you guys. Bye-bye.
Here he is, Michael Severe, who is working very diligently on the big Jet Gala. Man, it feels like he just got done working on that
Time
thing.
to start the next one.
Holy moly.
Uh-huh.
Well, coming up, we've got content.
Awesome.
Maybe another drop or two of Moose droppings. Nebraska's football media, social media account's been working hard.
Oh, God.
We got to look ahead to schedules and
Yay!
why
Countdown!
ESPN is on my poop list.
John,
for 2026.
Nick, there's a new soapbox in town. John likes Patini. He's cool with the Big Ten.
No, I am not cool with them, but they have taken
ESPN
they've taken a back seat.
Is now king poop for John.
They are king poop because they are going to do things to make you baseball fans very upset. But first, underdog. I want to thank a quarterback who played in yesterday's game for helping me win one of my underdog fantasy selections.
Oh!
Maybe it's because he threw it to the wrong team. But you know what? There's no more wrong teams to throw it to for a while in football, but there are in basketball. We got the fast breaks. We got the buzzer beaters. We got all the excitement, and the NBA is where you can make picks and win money right now in Nebraska with Underdog. And you don't have to go to the most popular sports book in Nebraska, that little piece of land off the Mormon Bridge. No, you can play Underdog in Nebraska. Just pick your favorite players, whether or not they go higher or lower on stats like points, assists, rebounds, and a whole lot more, and you can win your money right now in Nebraska.
John, the promo code to do so is 1620TheZone. Download the app, put in that promo code, and you can score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. And a reminder, in Nebraska. Don't have to leave your couch. Make those picks and win up to 5,000 times your cash. Underdog, make picks, win money. Must be 19 plus and present in Nebraska. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
All right, Nick, what do we have in content?
In content, we have many things, including Husker football. They want you to know that they are working. In fact, getting 1% better every single day. What do we think of their social media post from this past weekend, which should be named the one where we scream a lot? Is that another Seinfeld reference?
No, that's Friends.
Friends?
Yeah, so they put out a post on Friday to show up, and every picture, somebody is screaming, including Matt Rule, who we've isolated here on this graphic that we've created. But they want to remind us that they're out there and they're working and they're getting 1% better and they're screaming at each other.
I laughed heartily when I saw all these.
The screaming is something else.
I know, really, especially this one. That guy, his eyes are rolling to the back of his head. Wild. This is wild stuff, John. They're getting better, though. That's what they say.
1%
better.
1% better.
The Seahawks will open the 2026 campaign at home on Thursday, September 10th.
Oh.
The Cardinals, Rams, 49ers, Cowboys, Giants, Chiefs, Chargers, Patriots, and Bears all come to town. Morning show producer Joey Schedules predicts the NFL will open the season with the Bears in town. You right?
It's a good pick. I mean, there's a lot of juicy matchups. Obviously, all the NFC West, teams not named the Cardinals would be fun. Cowboys, big brand. Chiefs, huge brand, though we don't know about Mahomes, so I definitely do not think that it would be the Chiefs. Chargers, kind of a brand. Patriots, Super Bowl rematch. I kind of like Joey's pick, man. I think the Bears are going to be a team that's super gassed up. That means they can save the Cowboys, save the Chiefs, save the Rams, save the Niners, all of those for later in the year.
Date.
I think they're trying to make Caleb Williams, a bigger star. I think Joey might be right.
Well, it won't be either the Rams or the Niners because they're probably going to play in Australia that first week because they got to account for the whole time and everything else.
Yeah.
I don't think they want to waste one of the two television brands, Cowboys or Chiefs.
Yeah.
The only other option that's as good or around is the Chargers.
Yeah, you get Harbaugh, you get Herbert.
You get Harbaugh, you get, a big market. I don't think they would use a Super Bowl rematch on this.
Plus, the game sucked. Do people really want to watch it again?
Yeah, I think the Bears could be opening on Thursday night in Seattle.
Seattle.
Sorry, the way he finished Seattle, it didn't sound like the end of a sentence. It sounded like he was going to continue talking.
Okay.
Cadence was, ugh. Soon after the confetti had dropped in San Francisco, ESPN went live from Los Angeles, home of next year's Super Bowl. Oh, Super Bowl. I thought John tried to sneak in next year's Super Bowl champions in there. To count down to, you guessed it, next year's Super Bowl.
Santa Clara to SoFi. It's an honor to take the handoff, Boomer. Thank you. The Seattle Seahawks are the champions of Super Bowl 60. It's now time to kick off SportsCenter and the year of the Super Bowl on ESPN and the Walt Disney Company.
Good.
Ugh. Whose house? ESPN is going to be more insufferable than Josh, aren't they?
Wait, what did I do?
Well, because ESPN's going to spend the whole year counting down to the Super Bowl that they're airing.
That's so exciting. I love Scott Van Pelt. You don't think it's exciting?
No,
I
don't
think
think
first ever Super Bowl.
No, it's not. ABC has aired the Super Bowl.
ESPN,
the Disney company has aired the Super Bowl.
ESPN hasn't aired the Super Bowl.
The Disney company has aired this. They aren't getting this game because of ESPN. They're getting this game because it's going to be on ABC.
I'm happy for Scott Van Pelt. I like him.
I'm not because of the next question.
What's the next question, Nick?
Oh, more ESPN double BS. It has been discovered that since ESPN took over MLB.TV, that not only will you have to buy an MLB TV subscription just to get access to get that, you have to get an ESPN Unlimited subscription as well. Yes, a double paywall. F ESPN or Disney.
So again, if you want to get MLB TV, you have to be an ESPN Unlimited subscriber, which costs you $30 a month. Just for the right to order MLB.TV, which is about $150 for a season. Why?
So you get more money out of you.
I've been seeing people online say that you get the free trial of ESPN Unlimited and then cancel it immediately, and you still get MLB TV.
Yeah,
but you're making people jump through a bunch of hoops. You know what this is? This is a television version. This is a television version of the personal seat license, where you pay to have the right to buy tickets.
So are you going to do it?
Hell no.
You're not watching the Cubs this year?
I'm not gonna. I ain't buying an ESPN. Cubs? I'm not buying an ESPN.
What about T-Mobile Tuesday? Is that canceled too?
It wouldn't surprise me knowing these jackoffs.
Whoa.
You know what? NFL, take away their Super Bowl. Put it on the Oprah channel. Put it on the freaking CW. If the Rams weren't already guaranteed to play in the Super Bowl next year, I might boycott next year's game.
But no, then you'd have to watch the Big Ten, and you hate that conference. There's no way you'd boycott your precious SEC.
I don't have to watch any of them. I don't have to watch any of it.
All right.
I'm boycotting it all.
The Oprah channel's still around?
I don't know. That's my go-to when I just come up with random networks where games can air.
I have a prediction. This is going to change because of all the pushback from people.
Yeah, it's really dumb. It should change.
Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous.
Or maybe it's going to change because someone will just walk in and just tell ESPN, we're done with you.
Just threaten them with something.
You know what's weird about this?
Is this a new question?
It's not. It's just baseball has a bunch of olds that like to watch baseball.
John Bishop.
You try getting an old to jump through this many hoops just for that.
To get anybody to jump through. There's no such thing as a double paywall. No one does a double paywall.
It's bad.
Don't do double paywall.
Falcons' former first-round pick, James Pierce Jr., was arrested over the weekend on several counts after his violent outburst following the end of his relationship with WNBA player Rickea Jackson. In addition to using his car as a battering ram, he's accused of aggravated stalking and resisting arrest after a police chase. Could JPJ see a lengthy NFL suspension?
I think it's almost a certainty.
Yeah.
Because so apparently he followed her. He was stalking her.
Yikes.
She ended up driving to the police station. He got mad, blocked her in. Then the cop said, no more of this. He then rams into one of the cop cars, takes off. And then after he finally gets stopped, he resists arrest. It's a really bad deal, not to mention what he has done to this young woman. I have a feeling he's going to be sitting out several games.
I could not agree with you more. All of that sounds absolutely harrowing and terrible. Yikes.
Ahead of the all-new Sunday Night Baseball coming later this year, NBC has hired Clayton Kershaw, Anthony Rizzo, and Joey Votto as analysts. How do you think they'll do on TV?
I mean, I keep forgetting that Anthony Rizzo is not playing baseball anymore. It's very crazy.
He's very retired.
I always enjoyed him talking. I mean, Kershaw will be interesting. He's like a legitimate superstar, Hall of Famer, long career, great career. I never know what to think of those guys. Sometimes they're really good and sometimes they suck,
Joey Votto.
How will he be? I don't know much about this.
Joey Votto
is
he's a character. He's got a great personality. The key to any of this is the chemistry. Who's going to be doing the hosting? I mean, they're all guys that know the game, but of those three right now, the only one that I would be comfortable saying, oh, he'll be fine, is Joey Votto, because I don't really know how Rizzo's going to be in that role and how Kershaw's going to be.
Wood Africa says Rizzo did a great job when he did his spots with TBS. So there you go. A channel you still can watch, John, without having to jump through hoops.
Very funny.
For now.
TBS, very funny.
Remember last week, and I was really excited and happy about the Cadillac F1 ad that was going to run in the Super Bowl?
Actually, I don't.
Well, I'm not a big fan of the Cadillac livery. And Michael Bay is also reportedly suing Cadillac for stealing his idea for the commercial.
What's his proof? Had he mentioned this commercial, or
he claimed
did they get into his brain?
He claimed that they had approached him. Cadillac had approached him. And he's claiming that he came up with the idea that eventually ended up being in the commercial. But then Cadillac is saying, no, we had the idea. We just wanted him to direct it.
It's like Facebook.
Yeah.
If you would have invented Facebook, you would have invented Facebook.
Yeah. So it seems very he said, she said. But he's suing for $1.5 million.
Doesn't seem like a lot of money.
Feels like a drop in the bucket.
Yeah, I would agree. Maybe that's why he's doing it. He's like, I think I can get this money.
And finally, another season of football is come and gone. A long off season of counting down has arrived. What do you guys think? Should we do 2 NFL countdown segments a day this year? 3?
Whoa.
Remember the previous question about Josh being stupid with his countdown?
There was not a previous question about me being stupid with my countdowns. First of all,
It was implied.
Well, yeah, it was implied in the ESPN one.
and it just said that I was insufferable.
Yeah.
Because I count down.
Insufferable. Yeah.
Sorry that I like things. You're not going to get to watch baseball anymore, so we might as well talk football.
College baseball is about to spike in popularity.
Is it?
I think so. Golden spike in popularity.
People might check
Assuming
out.
that ESPN won't charge a triple to watch it.
John, it's time for you to get into books. I know that you struggle with reading and that you're an illiterate, but we can get you there. We can teach you about words and forming sentences.
I would rather not take book recommendations from you.
Oh, interesting. I gave one to Matt, and he loved it.
Well, you seem to struggle a lot. Emphasis on the word struggle.
Interesting. Alex in Lincoln says
But it's not your struggle to tell.
Any moose dropping on what's for dinner?
Oh, well, no. We had quite the spread yesterday.
Uh-huh.
We had quite the spread yesterday. And it's so much so that we're having leftovers tonight.
Excellent.
On 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
The spread at my house yesterday was a 5-star in football recruiting parlance. We had
it was the Crab Creek Chronicles of food.
It was Big Mac sliders.
Oh.
It was
Big Mac
little taco boats, wings, cowboy dip.
Wings?
No, the wife cooked them.
Oh, so perfectly cooked.
I would have cooked them a little longer.
Sloppy wings.
Banana pudding.
Wow.
And they were like little cookies they were meant to look like footballs.
What did they look like, though?
It didn't matter. They tasted great. They had like little chocolate mousse in the middle of them. It was very good.
That sounds tasty.
It was all good.
We had burgers. We had chips. We had dip. We had, what else did she make? Pretzel thingies, fries. It was great. Tonight, I don't know. I might want to hop out and grill something. I got some chicken thighs. I might cook those. Maybe a baked potato.
Nice.
Or some brats. I don't know. I don't know if I want to stop by the store.
Chips and salsa, pretzels, my meat, cheese, and crackers. And then my buddy brought over, I guess I'd call them pinwheels. They were like turkey salsa wraps, but
sure.
Yeah, they were really good. I don't know about tonight.
Don't know about tonight.
Mine's all leftovers. We got plenty of stuff left over.
Yeah, we only, just cooked for us two, so we didn't really have a whole lot.
Well, we're always cooking because, my son brings his friend over and
his friend, the Falcons fan?
Yes.
Have you just adopted this guy at this point?
Oh, yeah. We've adopted Ethan and his little dog, Bose.
Shout out to Ethan.
It's always fun. I mean, that was the one entertaining thing was watching Bose and Wrigley occasionally wrestle during breaks.
They're playing.
Oh, in the Olympics tonight, John.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Austin Jacobson in tomorrow for Bishop. More Bill Moose stuff, I'm sure.
Oh, there's more excerpts.
Bye.
See y'all.